going to share a section of this film. It really does speak to the core of who we are and where we started as organizations, and hopefully gives you more of that inspiration as we continue to do that strategic planning, workshopping throughout the year, and really coming together, lifting each other's voices as we decide the pathway forward for our organization. So again, this is from Sea-Alaska Heritage, and looking forward to just sharing an excerpt. It is a little bit of a lengthy piece. It is important though, as we continue forward. And I urge you all to continue to research and find these resources and share them with your local camps, and share them with Grand Camp too. If you find something out there on the amazing, as some of our elders have deemed it, and we love to call it the interwebs, how can we share this knowledge and share this? The film also references a newspaper that we used to have as the Alaska Native Brotherhood. It would be wonderful if we were able to revisit that, and hopefully as an executive, I'll be able to support the next Grand President in finding that stronger pathway to communication. We've tried many things. Maybe we go back to the way we used to do and do a newsletter or a newspaper, just food for thought. So if Dots can please play the film, thank you.
Living on and caring for Alaska Native lands and waters. While allotment ideologies still seek to structure the narratives and resulting realities of Indigenous peoples throughout and beyond the United States as being always deficient, divided, or dying off, the allotment era writings of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood posit possibilities of reconstructing such narratives into traditional stories and sustainable systems of survivance. Excuse me. Until only recently, much of the academic and public discourse has attempted to define Indigenous peoples in the United States at the turn of the 20th century as fitting within an overly simplistic dichotomy between Indigenous traditionalism and assimilation into American modernism. Let me share just a brief example as it pertains to early 20th century Indigenous literatures. While American modernists celebrated the poetic adaptation of ethnographic renderings of communal Indigenous expressions into what they saw as experimental modernist poems, the same modernists completely ignored the contemporaneous poetry of Indigenous poets. As I've argued elsewhere, according to American modernists, early 20th century Indigenous poets were simply not primitive enough to be considered modern. The histories written and told of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood have also been told or measured by this reductive traditional modernist tension, a false binary of what it meant to be Indigenous then and what it means to be Indigenous today. So at the conclusion of my first visit years ago to SHI, Dr. Rosita Worrell shared an experience with me and an understanding of this perceived tension in ways that pushed me to think and research beyond this imposed dichotomy. And I'd like to share her words with you as I received them then, with the hope of framing the rest of my presentation today as the beginning of an ongoing attempt to respond to her encouragement to map out some of the adaptive strategies that would serve to maintain a link to and a protection of traditional Alaska Native ways of knowing and being by mastering and repurposing colonial education and socio-political tools to better serve Alaska Native communities into the future. So let me go ahead and share just a short clip of the feedback that she gave me based on my original talk at SHI.
And what we need to do to tie it back to some of the oral traditions. But just to finish off on that, I finally came to the conclusion, and I kind of think I'm right from what I'm learning in my continued study since the 1960s, is that they were looking for us to get the tools that we needed to protect ourselves. And when you look at their early work and the early leaders, is that their early work that they were doing was not on land specifically, because I did a study of leadership, and when I was looking at the traditional leadership, the clans, they were always talking about land. 1912 comes, they organize the A&B, and they talk about, learning to speak English, getting educated. They were looking for the tools that we needed in order to survive. There's another interesting thing that I wonder was it really a strategy, is where they were we still had clan leaders, and they would touch base with the clan leaders. They even though they said we have to speak English, they gave deference to the clan leaders who continued to speak English. And just yesterday I read something by Paul Jackson where he said that he suggests it was a specific strategy, that part of our people would become educated in the Western way, but we would still keep our traditional leaders who would then come back and educate us during this time period. And I'm doing some work on canoe projects, and he said that they were the educators. So these people who continued our traditional practices, they would become the educators in this time and era. And you see it right now in the works of, SHI.
Perfect. So to engage in disrupting this false dichotomy that I feel like Rosita Worrell was helping me to understand at that time, between traditionalism and modernism, or what she described as the strategic planning of Alaska Native communities to maintain and enable the current resurgence of traditional Alaska Native knowledges. Let me begin with a story originally published by the Alaska Native Brotherhood in a 1926 issue of the Alaska Fisherman. So it's entitled A Tlingit Legend, How and Why the Cormorant Lost His Tongue. Raven, called Yael by the Tlingits, the creator and benefactor of mankind, was walking along the beach with his servant Cormorant, called Whiskey Bottle for a nickname because they sit on the low rocks and look like whiskey bottles, but called Yuk by the natives. They came to town and were told that there was plenty of halibut out in the front of the town. So Raven and Yuk decided to go fishing. It seems that Yuk, being a real fisherman, caught all the halibut and Raven caught nothing. As they were returning, Raven figured a way to hide his disgrace from the townspeople. So he said to Yuk, "My partner, what is on your tongue? Stick out your tongue so that I can look at it." Yuk obeyed his master and stuck out his tongue. In those days, the cormorant could talk just as well as anybody else. Raven now seized Yuk's tongue and pulled it out. Then Raven said, "Let me hear you talk." Yuk tried to talk and was only able to say, "Wah." Raven then said, "That is fine. You talk much better now than you used to." And Yuk believed it. Since that day, Yuk has never said more than just "wah" for the Tlingits claim the cormorant lost his tongue at that time. When they came to town, Raven appropriated all the halibut, taking his time, lifting the halibut out in full view of the crowd of people who had gathered to watch such a successful fisherman. Yuk was frantic and tried to stop him. He called to the people that the halibut was his, but nobody could understand him. Finally, when Raven lifted a great big halibut up, Yuk made a queer noise which attracted the people's attention. Raven, however, explained to the people, "This is the one about which he is telling, this big one. When I hooked it, a very hard time I found." And thus it has ever been. The means of speech or the control of the press has meant that the servant who has indeed caught the halibut is cheated. The person or a group of people without the power of telling what they have done can be robbed. Published in the 1926 issue in their monthly newspaper, The Alaska Fisherman, the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood included a Tlingit legend, How and Why the Cormorant Lost His Tongue, as part of their broader discussion of U.S. citizenship, Alaska statehood, and a U.S. congressional proposition to attach an English literacy requirement to Alaska voting rights. It had been nearly 60 years since the United States had sidestepped Alaska Native communities to purchase territorial claims of Alaska from Russia. It had been just over 40 years since Congress had passed the first Organic Act, thereby unilaterally claiming political authority over Alaska and appointing a total of 13 officials who became responsible for around 586,000 square miles and a population of more than 32,000 souls, of which only 430 of them, according to the census, were white. It had been less than 30 years since the Klondike Gold Rush had brought hordes of fortune-seeking white settlers, alongside Protestant pedagogues and profiteering politicians, to extend the assimilation of Indigenous lands and peoples northward beyond the contiguous United States. The United States incorporated Alaska as an official territory, as you all know, in April 1912, designating an unelected territorial governor and claiming complete control over the territory's land, water, and other natural resources. As Tlingit activist and educator Andrew Hope III suggests, the changes brought on by other foreign cultures were forcing Alaska Natives to make many heavy decisions that would affect their people for years to come. On November 5th, 1912, at the close of an education conference organized by the U.S. Bureau of Education, to coincide with the territorial legislature's first election, a Tsimshian man, 11 Tlingit men, and 1 Tlingit woman gathered in Sitka to consider many of these heavy decisions that continue to affect Alaska Native communities today. And together, they founded the Alaska Native Brotherhood. By 1912, Alaska Natives, especially the Tlingit and Haida of Southeast Alaska, had participated as students, teachers, business owners, clergy, and politicians in the broader US social, economic, and political systems for nearly 25 years. Many Alaska Natives were already fluent in the Indigenous and non-Indigenous language, meaning at least English and Russian, and legal systems of Alaska and the United States. However, they remained disenfranchised from the territorial electorate. Weighing the long-term limitations and possibilities of adopting English as the primary territorial language, embracing US forms of public education, converting to Christianity, and many of the other requirements to gain US citizenship at the time, the Alaska Native Brotherhood agreed on their collective platform, Alaska for Alaskans. This platform decried the unchecked industrial exploitation of Alaskan lands and waters, called out discrimination and public segregation against Alaska Natives, and demanded that Alaskans, not just territorial appointees, be consulted on all policies that affected Alaska. In 1915, Alaska Native women who had already been widely active within the Brotherhood formed their own co-organization known as the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Together, ANB-ANS reached beyond economic, linguistic, political, and social boundaries to gather Alaska Native communities into a co-national network of Alaska Native solidarity in the increasing fight to protect Alaska Native lands, waters, and peoples. As illustrated by the traditional Tlingit story of Yuk, Indigenous modernism in Alaska involved an expansive effort to reclaim autonomous means of self-representation, of adapting Alaska Native languages and literatures, as well as settler legislation, to publicly maintain cultural, economic, and socio-political self-determination against the expansive settler colonial efforts to silence and thereby exterminate Indigenous claims to modern Alaska. In other words, the ANB-ANS simultaneously engaged, participated in, and disrupted the sociological structures of settler modernity, the economic, educational, cultural, and political conditions of Alaska, and the ever-expanding United States. At the same time, the collectivist writings of the ANB-ANS adapted, countered, and expanded the literary, discursive, and representational modalities of settler modernism. The story of Yuk, then, as a metaphor of Alaska Native modernity or modernism, is not an admission of defeat or an excuse for unilateral assimilation. It is a call to remember the avenues of expression and activism that early 20th century Alaska Native communities utilized to reclaim their land, water, and civil rights in an era of overt settler colonial exploitation and intended erasure. The published retelling of the story of Yuk emphasizes how ANB-ANS mobilized modernist forms, rhetorics, genres, and representational strategies to claim space for Alaska Native communities to use their stories and their knowledges to disrupt settler colonial industries and attitudes in modern Alaska. The ANB-ANS led reclamation of both public self-representation and Alaska Native territorial spaces that the story of Yuk represents responds directly to the simultaneous exploitation of Indigenous stories and spaces that supported most modern US enterprises, including the aesthetics and ethics of American modernist literature.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for listening to that excerpt. There's so much information in that film and so much inspiration as well. I just want to point out a few things and things that popped out to me as I was reflecting on it. It really is about strategy. That's at the core of who we are as Indigenous people. The term Indigenous modernism, that's something that I definitely want to look into more, and I hope that you too want to look in that. Talking about autonomous means of self-representation. And we all talk about this because we live this, our Alaska Native ways of knowing and being. What are our adaptive strategies? What are our tools to serve into the future? Education is at the core of that. They knew that when they established the ANB and ANS. They knew we had to learn the ways, become educated so that we could fight the system from within. The story that was shared about Yuk really moves me personally. And so I'm reflecting on that story because it is the reality of the world that we live in. The work that we've done and who we've been since time immemorial continues to not be respected and not be lifted up. And there are so many challenges and layers that we can look into with that, but it can be our call to action as well. And I hope this cultural connection, along with the other ones, and then those in your communities, continue to lift you up as you grow into the future, and we grow into the future as the AMB and the AMS. So Ganaktish, again, I put that in the chat, and I'll ask the Grand Secretaries to email the link to all of those. Actually, that's what I'll do. I'll put all the cultural connections onto a page, and then we'll have the Grand Secretaries email them out to you. So thank you very much. Please, food for thought as we're continuing the strategic adaptive strategies and growing the tools to serve us into the future. At this time, I'd like us to have the credentials open if they have not been. We'll go forward with the credential test vote. And then we have our minutes that will be chaired by our AMB First Vice President, Paul Johnson. We could have the vote going as we're considering the minutes. We just will not be able to vote until we establish our quorum. Yeah. So as we're looking at the minutes and discussing them, I'm just looking at Grand President Alves. She had stated something that I didn't totally understand. So let's go ahead and log in and get voting. And then we will come back here in just a moment and we will check in how we're doing and then move forward with the minutes. Thank you. Can you clarify it?
Thanks, Heather. This is Michael from DOTS. Just a quick note that quorum vote is now open. Please navigate to the voting platform. If you're already logged in, just click next vote and follow the link that says vote now quorum Friday AM. And please cast your vote for quorum so that we can register your presence. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do, it sounds like we do have a quorum. I'm just awaiting the numbers. Specifically, so I'll go ahead and ask our credential committee what our current numbers are.
Madam Chair, we are currently at 35.
35, and what is our quorum requirement?
Is 26 plus 1.
So we do have a quorum, 26 plus 1 is the requirement, and our total is 35, correct? 35 delegates.
Yes,
So-
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much to the credentials committee. They have informed me they're working on the breakdown of camps, grand officers, A and B and ANS. It takes some time to get that data because they have to kind of scrub the list. So they do not have that at this time, but they will report it out. So we have that for our personal notes. I do want to make a reminder to everybody, if you are a delegate, when we're on this Zoom link that we're specifically on right now, it's as if we were in person. So only people who are seated delegates should be on the Zoom link. The reason for that is because when we are chairing and there's a hand raised, we aren't checking the list to see who's a delegate and who's not. So just like when we're at an in-person convention, only delegates are usually seated at the table. So that way we can continue to do the business of the day. We do have opportunity in person for guests to have the floor at times, but right now in this virtual world, it is challenging. There is a YouTube link where people can watch live if they are not a seated delegate. And also there's a Facebook feed. So those are the options for your alternates. If you're all in the same room, we understand that. But we just ask that your alternates do not raise their hands, do not log in individually onto the Zoom, because it's really hard for us to track who at what time is seated and not seated. Also a reminder, if you seat a delegate and then you seat the alternate, that is the final seating for that alternate. They cannot be step out and then step back in and step out and step back in. It's just a process that we followed through all of these years. So it's just a reminder, a little housekeeping. Tish, we have established a quorum as stated before with 35 delegates. At this time, we'll go ahead and offer opportunity for any announcements. Thank you. I see Brother Sasha, you've come off mute. Go ahead and share your announcement. Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Please go ahead, Brother Sasha. Thank you.
thank you. Trying to scribble as fast as we can. Could you have the secretary or someone post the credential report so that we could, I couldn't quite hear what the numbers were, and I apologize for the request, but is that possible to do? Thank you.
Absolutely, and that was part of what I stated, and I apologize for not being clear. They will post it into the chat, and they will also have the number breakdown coming to share with you between A and B and ANS. So currently, just as a reminder, our quorum requirement is 26 plus 1, so that's 27, that's majority plus 1. We have 35 delegates, so we have met that quorum requirement. We do have a quorum. I'll recognize A&B First Vice President Paul Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to my duties as first Grand Vice President, I'm also a member of Camp 87. And later in the day, we're going to paste the link to the Zoom of the Civil Rights Conference. Please do not leave convention to go watch that, but I want you to keep the record of that link as the events go on tomorrow after Grand Camp has convened. So just want to make sure that those people who want to participate and at least view the Civil Rights Conference hosted by Camp 87, that link will be put in the chat later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Paul, and thank you to AME Camp 87 for hosting the second annual Civil Rights Convention, statewide convention here in Alaska. Grand President Elby and myself provided a welcome this morning. It was an honor to lift up AMB and ANS Camp 87 as they step into the second annual conference. I'll go ahead and recognize, it does say Virginia Oliver, Sister Virginia. I know we are in Wrangell, so please identify yourself with your name and your camp, and you have the floor.
Gunachish President Albie, Gurko, Shadechat Na'u. My brother here next to me wants to make a comment. Is this all right? He cannot get on to the Zoom, so he's sitting here, but he's voting on his own phone. So, but he would like to say something.
Thank you, and yes, to the brother that's joining you, Sam, correct? Brother Sam, please just identify yourself, and yes, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. This is Sam Campus, President Camp 4. Because of the room size you guys are in, there's so much echo and we can't understand you sometimes. And you need to speak a little slower, not so fast. That's all what I've noticed so far.
Thank you, Brother Sam. Thank you. I believe also we have an internet delay at times, so I apologize. I know that sometimes when there is an internet delay, it speeds up to catch up with buffers. We will do our best to make sure that we are in fact speaking clearly to the best of our ability. Thank you for that reminder. Seeing no other hands raised, we will move forward to the approval of the minutes. I'll hand the chair to AMB First Vice President Paul Johnson.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I hope that today has found you well. The next item on the agenda that we'll be taking care of is to review and approve the minutes from October 10th of the 112th AMB ANS Grand Camp Convention. You should have all received copies via email and a link in chat. As you get the chance to take a look through that, I just want to quickly remind you high level what was covered. There were action items today, primarily motions to approve, review, resolution, excuse me. There was also nominations for grand officer positions, and there was also a motion to postpone the memorial till today. So those are the items there. Please have a chance to review the minutes. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Chair recognizes Brother Sasha Sobolov, Camp 76.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Paul. For purposes of discussion, I would so move the adoption of the minutes of October 12, 2024.
Chair recognizes Sister Beverly Russell.
Yes, I second that motion. Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70.
Okay, the motion has been seconded. Discussion? Chair recognizes Sister Debbie Burnsfield. Sister Debbie, can you hear us?
I'm sorry, I was going to second, but no problem.
Thank you. Was there any further discussion on the meeting minutes of October 10th?
Question, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive.
Let me turn it up.
Just so you know, delegates, we've lost our feed in the main hall. We are still here. So we're just giving a moment while Dots prepares that vote, and we are going to rejoin you momentarily from the main hall. Thank you.
And that ballot is open. Heather, am I okay to open that up now? I suppose they've lost the feed, so I believe I'm going to go ahead and open that the minutes ballot up. I believe we're ready for that. So while they're waiting to get their feedback, If you could please navigate to your voting software and cast your vote for the motion to approve the minutes. Thank you very much.
Dots, this is.
Oh, sorry, we lost you there.
Okay, this is take 3. We are back online. Dots, please prepare the ballot for the passing of the minutes of October 10th of the 112 AVANS Grand Camp Convention.
Absolutely. We have that ballot live and ready to go. Please navigate to your voting software and click next vote. You're looking for the link that says vote now. Motion approve minutes of Thursday, October 10th, 2024. Once again, just a friendly reminder, we've got the support information in the chat as well as the link to the voting website. So if you're having any issues or need a bit more time, please flag that with us.
Thank you, through the chair. We're doing a test on our audio. Yesterday, the rural cap team changed out the owl that we are using. The previous one was broken, as was the microphone, so we were using these microphones on the table. So we're wondering if this is what's causing the echo. So I'm gonna turn this off. I see Sister Juliana. Can you hear me currently? Okay, I'm gonna turn this microphone off and please let me know if it sounds better. Thank you, Sister Juliana. Are you able to hear us clearly without our microphone?
Yes.
Thank you, Sister Juliana. Has that solved that echo challenge?
No, I can hear you both with the with the mic as well as not. And my volume is turned down very low because I'm at work, so I can still hear you clearly. But I will say something if I do not hear you in the chat, so you will know. Ganesh Tish.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate the help. So it sounds like we can continue with the microphone. That's not causing the issue. Thank you.
Dots, this is the chair. Are we have any more additional requests for assistance on voting?
We do not have any requests for support right now, so maybe we'll give it a final 30 seconds just to give anyone a chance to reach out. And then we'll close the ballot up and display the results.
Thank you. Back to me, please.
Okay, support is still clear, so we're going to go ahead and close that ballot up. Please stand by for the results.
Madam Chair.
Hey, the results of the votes are in, 100%. The minutes, motion to pass to accept the meeting minutes from October 10th, 112th ANS Grand Camp Convention has been approved, and I will relinquish the chair back to AMB Grand President LB and ANS Grand President Gerko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have a comment on the floor. We recognize ANS Executive Committee Woman Paulette Moreno.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I just want to recognize ANB Secretary Tamson's and Elias, and I believe perhaps Melania's hard work on these minutes. They look really great today. Sheesh.
Change, good job to our ANB and ANS Grand Secretaries. Thank you. I'd like to hand it off to Grand President Albee now. We are reopening nominations.
Good morning. So as we start the nominations for our grand officers, we are reopening nominations. Currently for AMB Grand President, we have 2 nominated. Are there any nominations for AMB Grand President? Second call. Are there any nominations for AMB Grand President? See, we have a hand up from AMB Camp 1 or ANS Camp 4. Please identify yourself and let me know who you're nominating.
Thank you, Madam Grand President. I was just asking if you could list the current nominees, please, as you read them off down the chart. Thank you.
Yes, we can, and they just to let you know that the nominations from yesterday are also included in the meeting minutes. One moment. Wait. So the Camp A and B 1 or ANS 4, do you still have another nomination, or did you just forget to lower your hand?
No, I'm sorry. We were just having issues getting it lowered. Thank you.
Thank you. Third call for A and B, for the office of A and B Grand President. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, nominations for A and B Grand President are now closed.
Madam Co-Chair, just as a clarification, we need to keep the nominations open for the roll down option. Thank you.
You are correct. Thank you. No, one moment. No, they're not. No, not for the president position.
Correct. Thank you. Very good. Thank you.
So nominations are now closed for the office of A and B Grand President.
Thank you for the clarification, yes, but that is also a procedural reminder then. For the other offices, we will keep nominations open to allow the option of the roll down, as we stated yesterday, would be the process. So thank you for that correction. Nominations are now reopened for the position of ANS Grand President. Current nominations are for Paulette Moreno and Sandy Churchill. I do see a hand from Sister Juliana. You have the floor for a nomination.
Good Chase, Juliana Smith, Delegate, Camp 87. I nominate Daphne Albee for ANS Grand President. Ganesh.
Sister Juliana, thank you so much for the nomination. However, I have served 3 terms, and I think it's time for new leadership as we want to continue to grow. But I appreciate your confidence, and I will absolutely continue to serve on the ANS Executive Council. My heart is with ANS, so Ganesh Chish, but I respectfully decline. Thank you.
Are there any further nominations for the ANS Grand President position, second call?
Sit down, you're on video and the speaker is on.
If you hear a voice, if you are stating a nomination, please state your camp and who you are nominating.
You want to sit down? I'm holding the chair for you.
It does sound like that person is just unmuted. If we could please mute everybody if possible, just so they have some privacy. If you are stating a nomination for the ANS Grand President, please say so now.
I'm going to just tell you, I just muted it. They asked to have it muted.
Thank you for hearing us on that. Third and final call for the position of ANS Grand President. Are there any nominations? Hearing none, nominations for the ANS Grand President position are now closed.
Thank you. Next, we have nominations. Nominations are open for A and B, for the position of A and B Grand First Vice President. Are there any nominations for A and B First Vice President? I forgot to mention, there is a change for the nominations from yesterday. Brother Jay Kabwag did decline as he is recovering from medical issues. So at this time, he respectfully declines. However, he will remain involved with the A&B and hopes to run again in the future. Thank you. Thank you to Brother Jay Kabwag. Second call, are there any nominations for A and B First Vice President? Third call, are there any nominations for A and B First Vice President? Thank you. Nominations will remain open. Will remain open as there is a roll down option should the previous office should the person not receive enough votes for Grand President, they do have the option to roll down and be nominated for this First Vice President position. Thank you.
Thank you. Nominations are now reopened for ANS Grand Second Vice President.
First.
I apologize. I was looking on the wrong part of the screen. Nominations are now open for ANS Grand First Vice President. Second call. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand First Vice President? This will be the third and final call for ANS Grand First Vice President. Are there any further nominations at this time? Hearing none, nominations for ANS Grand First Vice President will be at recess, again, allowing for the roll down option.
Your next position is Grand Second Vice President. Nominations are open for A and B Second Vice President. Are there any nominations for A and B Second Vice President? We have a hand up from A and B Camp 1 or ANS Camp 4. Please identify yourself and state who you are nominating.
A&B Grand Sergeant at Arms, I nominate Woodrow Watson for second vice president.
Woodrow Watson has been nominated for second vice president. Are there any other nominations for A and B second vice president? Are there any nominations for A and B second vice president? Thank you. We'll recess for this position.
Nominations are now reopened for ANS Grand Second Vice President. Are there any further nominations? Second call, are there any further nominations for ANS Second Vice President, Grand Second Vice President? Third call, are there any further nominations for ANS Second Vice President? Hearing none, nominations are recessed for ANS Second Vice President.
The next position is Grand Secretary. Are there any nominations for A and B Grand Secretary? Second call, are there any nominations for A and B Grand Secretary? Are there any nominations for A and B Grand Secretary? Nominations for A and B Grand Secretary are recessed.
Nominations are reopened for ANS Grand Secretary. Are there any nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? Second call, are there any nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? I do recognize Sister Cynthia Lanos. Sister Cynthia, you are muted. Please feel free to unmute and state your nomination.
Cynthia Lennis, Camp 14. I nominate Jessica Cintron.
Thank you. Can you please spell the last name for us?
It's underneath Lannis Cintron.
Thank you. I'm just checking with our grand secretaries to make sure we have the correct spelling. This is for Alanis as well? Is that how she's?
Yes.
Okay. Would you show that her delegate form states Alanis? Is this the same person?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Thank you. So it's understanding from the grand secretary of the AMB that Jessica Lanos is how the delegate is registered. Please note in the chat if you'd like a different spelling, at least for the purpose of this nomination process. Are there any further nominations for the position of ANS Grand Secretary? Third call.
This is Rangel.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Sister
Sandy Churchill, President. I'd like to nominate Hannah Hoyt.
Thank you. Hannah Hoyt has been nominated. Hannah. Thank you. Is the spelling on the screen correct? And the last name is Hoyt.
Hoyt,
Okay.
white.
Or is it H-A-N-N-A-H?
Yes.
Thank you so very much. That was our third and final call. I do see Sister Cynthia, you still have your hand raised. Did you have a further nomination? Nominations for ANS Grand Secretary are recessed. Thank you.
Sorry, no.
The next position is Grand Treasurer. Are there any nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? Are there any nominations for A and B? Are there any nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? Third call, are there any nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? Thank you. A and B Grand Treasurer is at recess.
Nominations are reopened for ANS Grand Treasurer. Are there any nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Second call, are there any nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Will be the third call. Are there any ANS Grand Treasurer nominations? Nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer are recessed. Thank you. I do see two hands. Is this with regard to the ANS Grand Treasurer? I see Sister Debbie.
No, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'll hand back over to ANS Grand President.
The next position is Grand Sergeant at Arms. Are there any nominations for A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? Second call, are there any nominations for A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? Third call, are there any nominations for A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? Nominations for Grand Sergeant at Arms of A and B are now at recess. Hold one moment. Sister Debbie, do you have your hand up intentionally this time?
No, that's.
Oh, there.
Sorry, that was for Grand Sergeant at Arms, sorry.
If you nominated somebody, we did not hear you.
For A and B or ANS? Sister Debbie, was that for A and B or ANS?
You're on mute.
I was going to for Grand Sergeant at Arms for ANS, but you haven't closed A and B, so go ahead.
Correct. Thank you.
Third call, are there any nominations for A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? Thank you. Nominations are now recessed for A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you. Nominations are now open for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. Oh, I see there's a note in the chat.
We're not there yet.
The note I see in the chat is nominating Mary Moreno Stutes for ANS Grand Treasurer. We did not see a hand raised at the time. Hold on one moment, please.
They will have another option.
There will be another option for that to happen when we conduct the roll down option. So Sister Stephanie, please remember to do the nomination at the time. Those nominations have been recessed. We are under nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms at this time. I do see Sister Debbie, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for the parliamentarian first. I want to nominate my sister brother, Brian Weddle, but is it okay to have two sergeant at arms at this time for ANS? We don't want to
Thank
run
you.
against each other, but we want to be paired.
Thank you. There is only one position. Of course, we are open to having multiple nominations and only one person will be selected for the role. Are you suggesting you'd like to be co-sergeant at arms if that's the case? Our constitution and bylaws do not support that at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to make a nomination, Sister Debbie?
No, thank you for your information. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I recognize A and B Camp 1 or ANS Camp 4. Please state your name and camp and your nomination for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Sorry, Madam President, that was Debbie on the A and B ANS Camp 1, Camp 4.
Thank you so very much. Second call, are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? I do see a hand from Sister Beverly.
Yes, Beverly Russell, Camp 70, nominate Joey Kita for Grand Sergeant at Arms from Camp 36.
Thank you. Joey Kita has been nominated. Third call, are there any nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? I do see a hand from A&B Camp 1 or ANS Camp 4. Please identify your camp, your name, and your nomination.
Thank you, Stephanie Weddle, Camp 4, Sika. I nominate Brian Weddle for Sergeant at Arms, please.
Thank you. Brian Weddle has been nominated for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. And just to confirm, I know I am a female and I am a brother. I just want to confirm that Brian is in fact a brother or a sister. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. It has been confirmed. I just don't know from the credentialing. Thank you so very much. I recognize ANS Executive Committee Woman Paulette Marino. Nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a note, in the chat, there is a chatted nomination. I just wanted to note that. However, the procedure is they would have to ask for permission from the chair to nominate. Just
Thank you.
information.
That has been recognized already, and we stated that during the roll down option, they would have the option to put their nomination in since that position currently has been recessed. Thank you. If that's with regard to the Grand Sergeant at Arms for the ANS.
Yes, thank you. That was Stephanie Waddell, President Camp 4, that had put an additional nomination in the chat. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We have addressed that and we have stated that during the roll down option, they will have the option to state that nomination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone stand at ease for just a moment. We'll be right back with you in less than a minute. Thank you.
So
Thank you. We were able to confer with regard to the roll down option that we stated would be the process yesterday. We had stated that nominations would be available to the people who don't receive enough votes to obtain the office to choose to roll down to the next office. They would need to be nominated and accept that nomination at the election time. So that's where we had some confusion. We understand that ANS and Sitka was having technical challenges. So what has been decided between conferring here with the grand officers and as well with the ANS grand president is that what we will do is we will reopen the option for ANS grand treasurer and accept the nomination for Mary Marino Suits for ANS Grand Treasurer. So that is reopened. We do see that nomination, understanding technical challenges. Thank you so very much for clarifying the challenge and for everybody who helped us get to this point. So we are recognizing Mary Marino Suits as a nominee for ANS Grand Treasurer. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Third call, are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Hearing none, there are recessing currently for this position for the purpose and the opportunity of the roll down, not for new nominations at this time. Thank you. Was there another one in the chat? No. Okay, thank you so very much. And please do reach out. Again, when we're chairing, we don't necessarily see all of the chats as they come in. So if somebody does see that and we don't recognize that from the chair, I feel comfortable with somebody mentioning it because the secretaries are also busy. First Vice President is also busy. And please, you can always raise to a point of order, or you can always raise it as a point of information so we don't miss out on these very important aspects. I do recognize the ANS Grand Treasurer, Cecilia Tagliero.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to decline from the nomination for ANS Grand Treasurer.
Thank you. We will remove your name from the ballot. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Too many health challenges at my home, so I appreciate the nomination.
Thank you. We lift you in our thoughts and your family in our thoughts. Thank you. Okay, we are now, I do see Sister Juliana, you have your hand raised. We have closed the nominations. Is this with regard to that or is it another matter?
Juliana Smith, delegate for Camp 87. I have a question as well as I looked over into the chat and I had a direct message at 10:43 a.m. from Lynette Hines. She wanted me to nominate her for the first or second. So it would be for the president seat or the vice president. And I apologize for that.
I have to call you back. I'm super busy.
One moment, please.
Love you.
If we could please have everybody mute besides Sister Juliana.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that position was closed at that time. We will not
I
be doing that.
apologize. I just noticed it was a direct message to me and I wanted to respond. And I
Thank you.
apologize to Lynette
Thank you.
for not seeing that, catching that in time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Sister Mary Marino. Oops, I'm sorry. Sister Mary, you are muted. Sister Mary, we do recognize you have your hand raised. We see that you're muted at this time, so if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Sister Mary, we are going to move forward with our business, but if you do find a way to unmute yourself, please do address us and we will recognize you as you are a candidate for an office. We want to give you that space if you need it for any reason. Thank you. Next up on the agenda, we do. Thank you, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The next nominations are for host camp. Are there any nominations for local camps to host grand camp for the next year? Are there any nominations for host camp? Are there any nominations for host camp? The nominations for host camp will remain open. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will take a brief 1-minute recess. We would like to have our candidates for all positions prepare their candidate speeches. We have changed the time to 2 minutes per candidate speech. We'll ask Dots to have timers ready for each candidate. Again, that will be a 2-minute speech. We'll take 1 minute at ease, and we will return to you in just 1 moment. Thank you. Thank you so very much for that at ease. I do recognize we have a few comments in the chat that I will recognize, as well as Sister Hannah Hoyt. I'll come to you in just a moment. I do see a message from Sister Mary Marino Suits, ENS Camp 87. The message reads, I respectfully decline my nomination for the treasurer at this time, and thank you. She was unable to unmute and shares that her skill set lies in different areas. Thank you so very much. And then also I note here that A&B Grand Sergeant Arms Chad Hytel, they're having technical issues, and that he will place his candidate speech in the chat. And we will accept that, yes, understanding the technical challenges that you're facing. I do recognize Sister Hannah.
Thank you. I would like to respectfully decline my nomination. My intention was just to run if there was no other nominations, and since there is one, I will respectfully decline. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for stepping forward. We appreciate that. I do want to note here that at this time, we do not have a current nomination for ANS Grand Treasurer due to Sister Cecilia stepping aside and then Sister Mary declining the nomination. So at the time of the election, we have to roll down option as an option, and we will address it then. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please go ahead.
this
Sister
is
Cecilia.
Cecilia. If there are no other nominations, I will run again and express my gratitude for whoever it was that nominated me and putting trust in me. I am on a learning curve, just like anyone else would be. So appreciate the last year.
Thank you.
I will.
Without objection, we will rescind your decline of the nomination and keep you as a candidate for that position unless there is anybody who disagrees with that. I understand that you had chosen to decline based on the fact that there was another candidate. We appreciate again your spirit of service. We will reinstate you as the candidate for ANS Grand Treasurer if there is no objection. Thank you. We'll move ahead. We do have the one nomination for ANS Grand Treasurer listed as Cecilia Tabliero. Thank you. At this time, we will open up candidate speeches. Candidate speeches will be 2 minutes each. We are estimating this will take approximately an hour. We may take a break in the middle because that is what we have on our schedule, but we will start our first speech. We will have our ANS Grand President, Albie, introduce since we are out of balance, caring for each other's AMB and ANS. Thank you.
Thank you. We will begin our candidate speeches. First is candidate for AMB Grand President, Brother Paul Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Paul Johnson. I'm the current Vice President of AMB Camp 87 and current serving as the first Grand Vice President. I'd like to appreciate the nomination and faith you have put in my abilities. Currently, right now, in my role as first Grand Vice President, I was assigned to serve to fill the AMB Grand Camp seat on Rural Cap. And currently, I serve on the Executive Committee, the Finance Committee, the Audit Committee, Subsistence Committee. I also chair the Community Development Committee. One of the things I'm most proud of is to maintain 100% attendance rate throughout my 3 years of service on Rural Cap on behalf of AMB Grand Camp. And to the point of highlight that last December, I attended a meeting while I was on a trade mission in Hong Kong at 4 o'clock local time. In my professional work, I run 3 separate consulting companies. I have about 20 years of experience working in rural Alaska and Indian country in the areas of strategic planning, business planning, economic development, tribal broadband, tribal energy development, and organizational development. I have some clear ideas where not all are my own, but I'd like to carry on the work of previous presidents I've had the ability and honor serving under, former presidents Marcelo Quinto, Joe Williams, and of course, the current Grand President. Some ideas such as creating a community event calendar to understand and learn how we can be more present in your communities, schedule meetings via Zoom with all the presidents, and leverage opportunities during my role, either in my personal or professional life in your community to attend local meetings, but also leverage our role as Rural Cap to use their funds to go back to NCIA and National Encounter Americans. One goal is complete the vision and mission and prepare a template for a strategic plan for Grand Camp. I'd appreciate your consideration for vote. Ganesh Chish.
Thank you, Brother Paul Johnson. The next candidate we have for AMB Grand President is Brother Sasha Sobolov. Brother Sasha, are you prepared?
Yes, thank you. I hear it, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Ian. Your clock is started.
Madam Grand Chairman, thank you for the recognition to do a brief campaign speech. A&B Grand President Heather Gerkel, A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, Grand Officers, Grand A&B past presidents and executives, A&S Grand President Delphine Albee, A&S Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, A&S Grand Officers, and A&S former Grand Presidents, now executives, empowered and honored delegates, guests, and not to be left out, our youth. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity to share with you some of the things that are essential to keeping our organization in a close-knit tie. What that means is that we have to have an opportunity to talk very openly and constantly on a monthly basis with our local camps. We want to make sure that we listen closely to some of the unmet needs that they have, because there are many in this crumbling world that we're living in. They also had a very deep expression of having an opportunity to learn about Robert's rules. We also find that the local camp really has an opportunity to find out what the status is of what their 15 or so resolutions that they had passed in the previous convention. And more importantly, without going to the local camps, is we should recognize them in some kind of form of award of the people who have been working at the ground level with all of their people in their separate local camps. In conclusion, one of the important things is to recognize that our organizations are over a century-year old, and that we have the honor of working, walking together, helping one another. I would appreciate your vote. Thank you very much.
Hey, multitasking is clearly not my thing this morning. The mouse wasn't working. Thank you. We do have our A&S Grand President candidate speeches. We'll hear from Sister Paulette Marino. You have 2 minutes. And just as a note, I'm sorry. Hold on one moment, please.
Don't we do the voting first for after the candidate speeches?
No, you're doing all candidate speeches right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. We're just offering clarification. We're doing all candidate speeches before we vote as per the agenda. Thank you so very much for that question. I do want to make a note, and I apologize before our previous speakers. We can, out of respect and time, dispense with formalities. If you so choose to do that, because that has been our tradition, please feel free to. But if you would like to utilize your full 2 minutes, we recognize that you do want to dispense with those formalities. So I'm sorry, hold on one moment. Thank you. So I recognize Sister Paulette Marino, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, A&B Executives, A&S Executives, A&B Grand President Gerko, A&S Grand President Albee, Grand Officers, local camps, veterans, elders, and our children. I am of my mother's people, the Kline-Dee, Kagwantan, a child of the Kagwantan, Tekuniek Duasaf. I thank you for the nomination of Grand President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. I also am very honored to run with a fine sister, Sandy Churchill, and I wish her very well also. I'd like to thank the local camps for their nomination at this time. I've stepped forward in this role as a local camp president, served second Grand Vice President for 2 years, first Grand Vice President for 2 years, 3 years as Grand President, and now as an Executive Committee woman. At this time, in hearing this convention and stepping forward, it's with deep consideration that I humbly ask for your vote. The reason why is not for myself, but for our people. and I believe that either candidate will do a very good job. All of the candidates, you have a wonderful slate before you. Senator Sullivan yesterday invited the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood back to the table to work on two very important bills, something that we were a part of a few years ago. This year is the Board of Fish cycle, the 3-year cycle. That's very important, both things of which I feel my experience and our collective vision could have an impact on. I'm excited about the resolutions from the local camp this year. I'm also excited about serving on Rural Cap or appointing somebody to serve on Rural Cap for the next 3 years. Thank you so much for this time. Goodness, sheesh. Have a wonderful rest of your convention. Thank you.
We'll move forward to the candidate speech. Sister Sandy Churchill, you have 2 minutes. Please understand that you are able to dispense with formalities if you so choose. Sister
Okay.
Sandy, that was one.
Thank, Grand Emeritus, A&B ANS Grand Presidents, Grand Officers, and Delegates. Tsut Sun Kla Yuhut Duasak Chok Nakatsati, Shtakin Kwan Ayahat. My IRS name is Sandy Churchill, and I want to thank Sister Millie for the nomination. I was taught to never turn down a position from an executive, so it's funny that last year Paulette nominated me for Grand President, and Sister Albie won by 2 votes. I'd like to promise that I would do a lot of follow through, especially on those resolutions for the veterans and the landless and the salmon, of course, the youth mission and vision. I'm also working on the board, the tribal board in Wrangell, for an A&B hall to hopefully build and gather our people together. So, because right now we're kind of homeless, we're just drifting around from church to church for our meetings. Oh, sorry, I've got my grandchildren here. I'd like to say that I have served my way. I've worked my way up. I was first vice president for 2 years, second vice president for a year. And I've been a delegate for the past 12 or 15 years. I've been the president, local president for the last 10 years. And if you vote for me, you'll be getting a 2-for-1 because I can be the president and Paulette can still be our executive woman. So 112 years and beyond. Gunakchish.
I'll recognize A&B Camp 1 or ANS Camp 4. Please identify yourself and state your question.
Thank you. This is Stephanie Weddle in Camp 4. We request a 10-minute break while we have to switch locations so that we can continue to hear the candidate speeches. We just have to switch conference rooms.
Thank you, it's granted. We will take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Video's on, audio's on. There you go.
We're on recess.
Thank you. We are back in session. As we continue with our candidate speeches, the next is for the first vice president. We'll start with the A and B first vice president nominee, Kevin Hall. Kevin, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Grand Emeritus, Grand Corp officers, and brothers and sisters. I'm honored to be nominated for the first vice president role, and I'm deeply grateful for your trust. I believe my experience and skills can genuinely benefit the organization, and I'm excited to work with you in order to accomplish this. During my time in the military, I led a team working between Air Combat Command and Pentagon, and we were responsible for wartime issues. We needed to build alliances and partnerships in order to achieve critical goals across all 4 services, and we were successful because we remained focused on results and lifted others up along the way. Those experiences taught me to adapt, assimilate, and succeed in diverse environment. My journey to become a physician, which is what I do now, was not a straight path either. I came from a broken home and dropped out of high school in order to support my family early on. But through the compassions of others, I was able to rebuild, succeed, and ultimately pay it forward. And paying it forward is not a phrase for me, it's a way of living and relating to others. And that's exactly the way I have approached my work as the president of Camp 14 in Ketchikan. When I assumed the role of president, we had a large role, but few participants. The average age around the table was 70. It's now 55 from bringing in young people. We have opened a food pantry. We've
Brother Kevin?
Yep.
Thank you. The 2 minutes have expired. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. We will have a candidate speech now from Sister Heather Powell Mills. You have 2 minutes.
First of all, I ask forgiveness for my video here. I'm in Huna and we've been having some winds. And so when I turn my video off, I can't hear very well. It starts to cut out. So my apologies. I wished I could be right there with you in person. For those of us that have been working with the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood, I first of all want to thank each and every one of you that have served in a form of office, that have served to create opportunities for our communities to work together, and that continue to do these things so selflessly. So first of all, Ganachish Takachuhan for all that is that you do. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge those of you that are in the room that have helped to create leadership positions for those people that are coming into new spaces. And I think that the Alaska Native Sisterhood is one of those opportunities to be able to teach leadership in a way that's both kindness, compassion, and working towards what it is to be stronger together. Many of you in this room have helped to shape me and continue to help shape me in my leadership, and I thank you for that. Working forward and moving towards what this next year for the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood looks forward to is bringing in opportunities for us to walk together with those people that are coming into future leadership roles and to really hold them up and give them the opportunities to be able to ask those questions that are going to be had. Will we have opportunities to hear the answers? So I look forward to being able to be a part of that. And I thank you for the opportunity to be able to have a virtual event this year so that all of our voices could have the opportunity to be heard.
We will now hear from Sister Virginia Oliver. This is for the ANS Grand First Vice President. Thank you. And Sister Mills was also. You have 2 minutes, Sister Oliver.
Cheers. Okay, Chataya Juan you chat do a sock, Tlingit Achsayi, my Tlingit name is Juan Plain. I'd like to say A and B Grand Camp Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand Camp Emeritus Millie Schoonover, A and B Executive Committee, ANS Executive Committee, A and B Grand Camp President Heather Gurko, and ANS Grand Camp President Daphne Albee, A&B and ANS Grand Officers, delegates, and guests. Welcome to the 112th Grand Camp Convention virtual, Rising with the Strength of Our Ancestors to Embrace Change and Strengthen Our Future. I think those words are pretty comprehensive in what's going on here. I'm really thankful to have been a part of this virtual conference, and I give a shout out to the Grand Camp officers that did this. This is a big undertaking. I can't believe how much work goes into this just by sitting and watching. I did neglect to thank the lady who nominated Miss Stephanie Weddell, Camp number 4 in Sitka, Gunach's sister. I know her family, her mother Denise, and I knew her when she was young. I have a lot of respect for that family, and I just Gunach's. Yay, Heather. I'm just wanting to say thank you, and you guys know who I am. I've been here 10,000 years, and I'm just asking for your vote. So, yay away. What a cheese.
They're both on.
This one's on.
I don't know.
No, it's on.
Just wait.
Thank you. Thank you. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties on this end, so I appreciate your patience. The next candidate group we have is for A and B second vice president. The first delegate that is up, the first nominee is Jeff Rooney. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jeffrey Rooney Sr. I currently sit at Sergeant at Arms for Wrangell's A and B Camp number 4. I'd like to thank and recognize A and B Grand Camp President Gurko, ANS Grand Camp President Albee, A&B and ANS Executive Committee members, Grand Camp Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand Camp Emeritus Millie Schoonover, and all A&B and ANS Grand Officer delegates and guests. Good night. I will start by thanking Virginia Oliver of Wrangell's ANS Camp number 1 for the nomination for Grand Camp office. Although with long thought and the highest regards, I feel I need to withdraw my nomination for this coming year. It is my wish to gain the knowledge and dedication of A&B and ANS at the local level. And once I have worked to gain the dedication required, I would proudly offer what I'm able in future years. I'd like to thank you all again for all you are and all you do for our organization and all our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Rooney. And I would just like to clarify, did you say you were withdrawing?
Yes, this is Jeff again. Thank you. If that was asking me if I'm withdrawing, with highest regards and a long thought, I do feel I need to until I can learn and gain more knowledge of what needs to be done to be able to provide the best for our people.
Understood. Thank you so much, Brother Rooney. And we thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to seeing you work together with all of us. And on behalf of all our people, good achieve. So just to clarify for the secretaries, Brother Rooney has withdrawn. Next, we have Brother Woodrow Watson. We have allowed him to attend the convention so he can share his speech. Brother Watson? You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you very much. My name is Woodrow Watson, originally from Cloak, now live in Saxman. And I want to thank you guys for being nominated. Chad Title nominated me. I want to thank him very much. And I want to recognize Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, President Gurko, President Elby, Grand Officers, delegates. I want to see Grand Camp work on bringing back all these camps that have been dormant over the years. I've heard of a few of them that are looking for some kind of guidance from Grand Camp to where they can reactivate their camps. And it would be helpful if they had some kind of pamphlet or booklet put together to give them an idea how they can bring their camp back to life. I've talked to 6 different camps that were looking for some guidance from Grand Camp. They want to reactivate, organize, and get people involved again. So that is what I would like to see us do, especially Grand Camp at this time. And I want to thank everybody for being allowed to speak at this time. And good luck to the rest of the delegates that are nominated. Hope you guys have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We now will move to ANS Grand Second Vice President speeches. I recognize Sister Elias Chase. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. ANB Grand President Heather Gurko, ANS Grand President Daphne Albee, Grand Officers, delegates, and esteemed guests. For those that may not know me, my name is Elias Chase. I am 4th generation within my family to serve within ANB and ANS. I am the son of Tamsin Alziu and the nephew to our ANB Grand President, Heather Gurko, along with many other family members serving ANB and ANS. I am also the Camp 49 president and was first elected as the ANS Grand Treasurer during our 109th annual convention in Juneau. I served in this role for 2 years. I was then elected to the office of the Grand Second Vice during our 111th annual convention. If I am reelected, I vow to not only serve our organization, but our local camps and ultimately our people. My goals for the coming year is to work with our local camps to act as a liaison to maintain communication, as well as to engage with our youth. During this time with local camps, I want to engage with our local camps and most importantly, our youth. In doing so, it will allow me to advocate for change to sustain our organization for the next 112 years. Our youth is our future, and I want to do everything I can to uplift them and encourage them. My ultimate goal is to one day make organization history like our AMB Grand President and become the first man to hold the office of the ANS Grand President. Gondachish, Hawa, Guyana for your time and attention and politely ask for your continued support.
We will now go to a speech from Sister Rhonda Butler. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Grand President. And thank you to Sister Wendell, who nominated me for ANS Second Grand President. At this time, I want to extend my greatest appreciation to Sister Stephanie and our sister camp over there in Sitka for your continued support in my efforts with our organization. And I am going to be withdrawing my nomination. My grandmother too also told me to never decline a nomination. But my grandmother also told me that, you know, everything needs to be in tip-top shape at home. And currently my Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 2 is struggling with our membership and staying active. So my focus as ANS Camp 2 president will be my local camp. So when our camp is reenacted and fully active, I'll be able to serve at a larger capacity and look forward to future nominations. Gunishchish Kawa. I am withdrawing from nominations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Anna. We will note that you have withdrawn your nomination. Thank you.
The next position we have is for Grand Secretary. We will now hear from the A&B nominee for Grand Secretary, Tamsin Housing.
Good morning, this is Tamsin LCU. I do not know why I'm not on camera. So please forgive me.
You just use your microphone here and the owl if you're not on camera there, because it'll come to you.
Good morning. My name My name is Tamsin LCU. I have served as the A&B Grant Secretary for 4 years now. I have served in with about all of the needs that we have gone through these past 4 years. I am still here. I still wish to serve in any capacity. I'm glad we've been here 112 years, but I'm saddened that 112 years later, we're still having to fight on so many levels. And with that said, I wish to serve the camps, the body, and our elected officers and executive committee. And I do thank you at this time for the nomination. And thank you for considering me as you wrote. Gunishchish Kayana.
We will now move to the ANS Grand Secretary nominee Jessica Lanos. You have 2 minutes.
Noyakshin. Gunishchish Hawa. Koyana. Thank you for the nomination, and really don't know where to start. Never really have to talk about myself when I'm usually focusing on others. Over the years, I've learned many things from my parents, Cynthia and Jane, as they raised us not just worldly, but also traditionally, trying to educate us from everything that the Native culture does for their community as a family, to what we do for the community in itself, from food pantries to helping those who are just in need. I am a certified nursing assistant for the state of Alaska, and I've been in the medical field since early 2000s, dealing with my own child's medical issues. And from then on, I went to working for a historic establishment and volunteering my time with the Historic Ketchikan Committee and preserving historic properties throughout the town. I've been a member of A&B-ANS for Camp 14 for many, many years, for as long as I could remember. And as a grandmother myself, I also have been encouraging my own son to have his children participate, even though they're just infants. Again, thank you for the nomination, and I look forward to hearing the results regardless.
Thank you. We are at ease for just a moment. We do have Brother Chad's speech in the chat. Representative Albee will be displaying it here in just a moment for everybody to see. So we're at ease for a moment. Thank you. Thank you. The speech will be for the A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms.
We are sharing the speech that Brother Chad Titel submitted. Since they are having technical difficulties, it is on the screen for you to view. Thank you.
Okay, so we do, we're gonna go ahead and stop sharing. And that is also in the chat if anybody wants to revisit it. So I think they could hear me though. Were you able to hear me? That is all, the speech is also in the chat. We will now hear for the position of A&S Grand Sergeant at Arms. First, we'll hear from Sister Debbie Brinsfield. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
There is an echo, sister.
There's some feedback. Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can now, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Sister Debbie, we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can
Okay,
you
thank
hear us,
you.
Sister Debbie?
I'm just proud to say that I'm a humble member of A&B Camp 1 and A&S Camp 4. My Tlingit name is Desikai. I am a child of Tucktain Ton. I am very honored to be a Raven Moriarty, of Raven Moriarty. I am third generation ANS, as my mother and grandmother were both ANS officers. I am very humbled and honored to be nominated by Chad Titel, who does not do anything without thinking it through. So I'm very honored to be here. I have been an ANS officer, and I've held every office there is to hold, including acting president. And it's been a great honor working for the last 20 years, very hard for ANS for all our causes. I have also been the chaplain and co-chaplain for over 15 years, and I see that as the highest, greatest honor to be ANS chaplain and to represent our Lord Jesus Christ. Taki and Kawu Harina Yagai. I have also been given the honor of awarded the Mildred Sparks Kugana which according to our executive committee member, Paulette Marino, is the highest honor the camp can give for the hardest worker. So I'm very, very thrilled to have that honor. And I just want to say good luck to my fellow nominees. And I hope to serve Grand Camp as Sergeant at Arms with God's strength and to honor our ancestors and to honor God. And thank you very much. Gunas Cheese Hawa.
And now we have, thank you, and now we have a video for nominee Joey Kita. If Dots could please play that video, thank you. Recognizing that the video, Joey was unaware of the 2-minute limit when this was made, it was at the 3-minute, but we will play the video, thank you.
Hello, my name is Joey Kita. I'm a Alaska Native Sisterhood member for Camp 36. I would like to express my interest as being the next Grand Camp Sergeant of Arms for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. I've been a sister for over 10 years. I've been in various roles within my local camp as president, vice president currently, and also just a member. My interest with the serving in the Grand Camp as the Sergeant of Arms is something of a duty that I've always was raised to serve my community. I found out not too long ago that, you know, my grandparents and were actually presidents at their local communities in Cloak and other villages. I'm a granddaughter of George Walter Kita and Esther Jackson. When she left, she was Esther Baines. I believe in Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska's Native Brotherhood because the commitment to serve our community, to bring our issues, our Indigenous tribal issues to the forefront, not just at the state level, but the national level. And at times, I believe we do need to go international in regards to preserving our rights as Tlingit and Haida, our Alaska Native peoples, and exercising our sovereignty. I believe a lot of times we still are coming up against walls in regards to making a difference and making that change for our people. I believe our people have been disadvantaged ever since they made it the state or were a territory in Alaska. So my commitment is to fulfill the duties as the Sergeant of Arms, to follow the Robert's Rules of Order, and to make an impression and assist my fellow brothers and sisters to exercise our marching orders for 2024 and 2025. Goodness Chief, for your time, and thank you and your consideration for your vote and support as Joey Kita as the next ANS Sergeant of Arms.
I think she's just closing with thank yous, thank you. So we will go to our final candidate for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. Sister Brian Waddell, you have the floor for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Grand Officers and delegates that are involved in this 112th year of Grand Camp Convention. My name is Brian Well, and I'm honored to be running as Grand Sergeant at Arms for ANS. I'm currently the first Vice President of Camp 4 here in Sitka, and I've been involved with A&B ANS for a little over 3 years now, under the direction of past ANS camp presidents Josephine Johnson, Patty Pulitow, and currently Stephanie Weddle. I've assisted in many A&B and ANS Camp 1 and Camp 4 functions that have helped their growth and public involvement. I've worked closely with Grand Sergeant at Arms Chad Titel to improve the local hall, our membership, and community interactions. If elected, I will continue to strive to learn all I can under my current leaders. Thank you.
Thank you to all the candidates for their speeches. We will go to a 5-minute recess. We are looking at 12:04 p.m. currently, so we'll return at 12:10 p.m. actually. And then we will commence with our memorial. So that is in 6 minutes, we will commence with our memorial. We'll see you back here. Thank you. Actually, I guess that's maybe it's closer. Thank you so very much. You read my mind.
Thank you. We come back to order. So this is the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp Memorial, where we recognize and we honor the people who have passed on before us. We have Sister Heather Powell Mills and Sister Cecilia Caballero, who will honor us with their time and their experience for this memorial program. Thank you. Sister Mills?
Ganosh Chish. Ganosh Chish to each and every one of you that are here today to share this time with us. This is probably one of the most sacred pieces that we have that we share together as our camps. So I'd like to call the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp President, Heather Gurko, and the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp President, Daphne Albee, to begin with our proceeding in our call to order. And just choose for sharing this on the screen.
Thank you. At this time, Grand President Albee and myself will call to order the 112th Grand Camp Memorial Service. We lift each of you up in our hearts and in our prayers as we consider the names of the people who have transitioned from our lives and putting them into the Book of Remembrance as part of our history, so that our future generations know whose shoes they are filling as they continue to fight for our people. But also in this time, we lift up our communities and understanding the loss is deep and painful. And we hold you up and we lift you up with our love, with our support, and understanding that this time, although it is difficult, is part of the process of who we are as people. And we are here for each other in balance as we do within our culture. And we will continue to lift you up as you continue to work through the grieving process of Ingil Katish. Thank you. We do have Dots who is prepared to share the film or the recording of Onward Christian Soldiers. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Just stand by for a moment. Brandon is just getting it prepared. Thanks for your patience.
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. Christ the royal master leads against the foe, forward into battle, see his banner go. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. At the sign of triumph, Satan's host doth flee. On then, Christian soldiers, unto victory. Hell's foundations quaver at the shout of praise. Brothers, lift your voices, loud your anthems raise. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war,
Ashish, thank you, Dots, for that. Next, we'd like to ask the A&B Grand Camp Chaplain, Sasha Sobolov, to offer us a prayer.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. Could you bow with me in a moment of prayer? The Kion Kao, the maker and creator of all things that we have, we humbly come to you at this precious time when we remember those whose footsteps we follow in hope that they would lead us to better and brighter things. And indeed, you have ensured us that. For as our old timers would say to us, may the tenderness of the new growth moss grow under your feet as you walked in service to our people, just as you have taught us to love one another. So remember during this time these things of our founders of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. And so all the delegates and grand officers represented here humbly give homage that we would be upheld them in every way possible, including with our spirits. We ask this in your name. Amen. Madam Chair, there also comes a time when there is a Bible verse that is read, and I would like to do so now, reading Psalm 23 from the New Testament.
Ashish.
The Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, it comforts me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Surely your goodness and love follow me all the days of my life. For I will dwell in the house of the Lord, his holy word. Thank you.
Ashish, thank you so much. At this time, we would like to call Brother Tamsin and Sister Elias to help us in the roll call of our founders.
Founding Father George Fields, William Hobson, James C. Johnson, Eli Katanuk, Seward Coons, Paul Liberty, Frank Mercer, Marie Orson, Frank Price, Peter Simpson, James Watson, Chester Worthington, Ralph Young.
ANS Founding Mothers. Eva Blake, Louise Bradley, Josephine Yukas, Jesse Reinhardt, Susie Jones, Susie Coudet Feller, Elizabeth Desmond, Tilly Tammering.
Ashish. And at this time, we'd also ask to have the roll call for those of our local camps. If we could call upon our AMB and our ANS Grand Secretaries again to help us with the roll call of those dearly departed from our local camps.
AMB Camp 1.
John Chandler, Aaron Warbridge, Clifford Tuffy Robards, David James, Chuck Miller, Everett Johnson,
ANS Camp 1.
None.
AMB Camp 3. AMB Camp 4. ANS Camp 2.
ANS Camp 2. Life member, Sister Rosa Miller.
AMB Camp 3. AMB Camp AMB Camp 4.
Sorry, was that Camp 4?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Richie Rooney, junior member, A and B Camp 4.
ANS Camp 4.
ANS Camp 4, Esther Johnson, Jesse Carlson, Michelle Barker, Rosa Miller, Nancy Ricketts, Frances Widmark, and Brenda Bean.
ANS Camp 5.
Former ANS Grand Secretary Carol Lewis.
MB Camp 9.
AMB Camp 10. AMB Camp 12.
ANS Camp 12.
AMB Camp 14.
ANS Camp 14.
ANS Camp 14, A and B Camp 14, none.
AMB Camp 15.
ANS Camp 15,
ANB Camp 16,
ANS Camp 16, ANS Camp 19,
ANB Camp 36.
None.
ANS Camp 36,
ANB Camp 36B. ANB Camp 49.
A&B Camp Founding Father Frank Albee.
ANS Camp 49.
none at this time.
ANB Camp 70.
ANS Camp 70,
This is Alicia Marriott from ANS Camp 70, and we have none.
ANB Camp 76.
ANS Camp 76,
A and B and ANS Camp 76 have none.
ANB Camp 87.
AMB Camp 87 has none.
ANS Camp 87,
ANS Camp 87 has none.
for it, we would also like to include with AMB Camp 15, past president James E. Swing. This concludes the roll call.
Ganoush. And thank you to each of our camps for bringing the names of your dearly departed forward. At this time, I would like to ask for I'm not sure if Madam Chair Cecilia Tavalero is on.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move and ask unanimous consent to have the names of our brothers and our sisters who have been promoted to glory to be placed on the roll of honor in the Book of Remembrance of Grand Camp.
So moved.
Oh, sheesh. At this time, we would like to ask the Alaska Native Executive Member, Paulette Marino, if she would read the A&B and the ANS memorial poem.
Goodness, sheesh. You call in vain, my brothers and sisters, for I have gone from this veil of darkness and tears into the beauty and the light of our Lord and Maker. No more shall you hear the sound of my mortal voice, but you shall forever hear the echo in the thunder of the ocean swell as it proclaims the bounteous grace of God. You shall hear in the whisper of the spruce and hemlock as they declare his love and mercy. You shall hear in the murmur of streams as they tell us of his purity and goodness. You shall hear it in the thunder as it speaks of his strengths among the towering mountains who tell of his everlasting majesty. The hand of God, through his great love, has given this great land of Alaska to protect and feed us where we live and to be a memorial to our people when we die. We who have gone before ask that you cherish it and be a friend to it all who come to live upon it. Poem by Gary Olson, A&B member.
Ganachchish. At this time, I'd like to call the Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Member, Cecilia Tavalero, as she has some special music to share with us. My apologies as we work through the technology piece of trying to share. One thing that's wonderful, though, is that we're able to share our time together, no matter the distance that we are. So I appreciate the mindfulness of Madam Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Cecilia Tavalero in bringing those voices in that song to this space for us, especially after sharing the names of so many people that mean so much to us and that have done such great work in each of our communities. A lot of those folks and those names that we hear are the reasons why many of us serve in these offices and serve our communities in the ways that we do. So I'm so very thankful to be able to hear those names of not only our founding mothers and our founding fathers, but also those names that come from each of our communities that make us stronger as a whole, the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp President and the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp President to offer united to us. Ganachchish.
Well, I'm gonna teach to Sister Powell and Executive Committee Woman Cecilia for caring for us in such an important way as we care for our local camp members and their families and friends that have passed on. This is such an important time for us as Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood. And we lift each of you up and will continue to hold you in our hearts as we continue forward and continue the work of not only our ancestors, but continue the work for the future. At this time, I would like to ask our A&B chaplain, Sasha Soboloff, to close us with a blessing.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In a time that we recognize the footsteps of our honorable fathers and mothers who have finished their work on earth, please bow with me in prayer as we close this memorial meeting. Almighty God, we pause but for a moment to offer you our praise and thanksgiving for our brothers and sisters now resting from their labors. In sorrow, we come for comfort, for strength, and a renewal of faith that our remaining days may be lived according to your will. Bring healing to broken hearts, helping all to remember that this is not the end, as the labor, the influence, and the heritage of those who have passed on to us and many others help us to understand and bears witness to the immortality and the birth of the new life of eternal life. For we remember this and our blessed spirits who have gone before us, and ask that you would comfort us who have yet to complete our work. For we ask this in the precious name of our Heavenly Father, the Kion Kal. Amen.
Thank you to our A&B chaplain, Sasha, for those wonderful and heartfelt words. At this time, we will adjourn without objection this portion of our day, which is our 112th A&B and ANS Grand Camp Memorial. We are at ease.
I would like to ask Dots to open a break room so the ANS can hold their meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will be at lunch. We will have a 1-hour lunch period. That time would be return at 1:40 p.m. Thank you.
And the ANS will be meeting during that lunchtime. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, the ANS is still meeting. They've requested 20 more minutes. If Dots could please put 20 minutes on the clock. We remain at lunch. Well, the ANS finishes their meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, delegates, being the Grand Camp Secretary, Hamilton LCU, I'm calling us back to order. The next item on our agenda will be our A and B Grand Camp President's Report, as well as our ANS Grand Camp President's Report. So, Sister Millie, okay. The chair gives Sister Millie Schoonover, ANS Grand President Emeritus, the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Due to the time constraints, a lot of times it does take us quite a while to get our voting done. And some of us have to leave by a certain time. I'm wondering if we could come back to that later. Our budget is our marching orders for the upcoming year. I feel it's very important to adopt the budget and then do our voting. What's happened in the past, and I see it happen every single year. On the last day, people have a tendency to leave early, and I would certainly like everyone to be able to vote on their new grand officers. So, Madam Chair, that would be my recommendation. Thank you, Konashish.
Without
Yeah.
without objection, Sister Paulette Marino, ANS Executive Committee woman.
What did she say?
Thank you. I was just going to second that, but if it's without objection, I support that. Thank you.
So moved. At this time, I will turn the chair over to ANS First Vice President, Brother Paul Johnson, for the budget. Goodness Chief.
Thank you, AMB Grant Secretary.
Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, can we be at ease for a moment so we can get the report up on the screen?
We are at one moment, dots, please. The chair will now be turned over to Brother Paul Johnson, who is acting as our Finance Committee Chair in place of our current Grand Treasurer who had other things to attend to. Couldn't teach. Brother Paul?
Thank you, AMB Grant Secretary. Thoughts or who has control of the screen? Can you scroll to the top, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters and delegates in attendance. I'm going to do my best to do a report on the proposed budget for 24-25 of the AMB Grant Camp. A couple things we want to outline, and this is actually critical for us to understand at this current time. Normally we would present the budget, which is for in person, and the Finance Committee actually prepares two budgets now since we've had, because of COVID and also having to host virtual 2 years in a row, we actually prepared two separate budgets. The first budget is entitled a hybrid, which is when we have it in person, but we have the opportunity for camps to participate remotely just as you are. That's what the term hybrid means, but it is actually delegates and camps are in person. And then the second one, and we'll clearly delineate, is the virtual. So at this time, since we do not have a host camp selected or proposed, we're going to present both, but the first budget will be the hybrid or in-person component. The income side of things is pretty straightforward. We primarily have one main source of income, which is the proportion of the endowment. We want to add that the endowment amount of $862,876 is the update as of 10/23. We are currently awaiting a newer update from Alaska, so we did our budget estimate for the endowment draw plus our split between ANS Grand Camp at those particular numbers. So these numbers might change, but we just had to have our constitutional requirement to have a budget presented to the body for review and for approval. So of that, just so you understand, if we took the recommended 5% allocation of that amount I gave you, the amount available would be roughly about $43,143. But at this time, we are budgeting for a $40,000 draw from the endowment, with $20,000 going to AMB Grand Camp and the other 20 going to the Sisterhood as of the change made last year. Further down, we are anticipating a division of dues from convention to be approximately $400. Local camp contributions for a convention we're estimating to be $1,000, for a total income non-drawdown to be roughly $1,400, for a total income and committed funds of approximately $21,400. Thus, can you scroll down a little to the expenses? It's important to note, one thing that we have done here for our portion is that in the expense sections, they are broken out into convention expenses in person. And this is something else that, again, we've segregated out to be for convention only. A&B travel, meals, and incidentals, that's what M&I stands for. And just based upon historical conventions that we've hosted and budgeted for, we're budgeting approximately $23,454 to be that component of bringing grant officers and those components people in person. We did not delineate between grant officers or past presidents and emeritus, because we've also had the new resolution passed about the meeting requirements and attendance requirements portion. But we're anticipating our total Grand A&B side, the Grand Camp Convention expense, to be approximately $23,454 for the 24-25 fiscal year. The joint A&B and ANS convention expenses, we essentially split the nominal expenses to host convention equally between A&B Grand Camp and ANS Grand Camp. On the line item there, we put for the guest speaker, we have our side obligation is $250 for a total honorarium of $500 split between both camps. The hybrid virtual voting edition expenses, the wonderful people at DOTS. This is what we had budgeted based upon past expenses. Clerical rentals, we budgeted $200 on our half for a total of 400 for both camps. The grand ball, if in person, we allocate as historically accurate, $1,000, 500, that is our obligation as AMB. For liability insurance, historically, it's been approximately $300 for both camps. AMB's portion is $150. And we have continued in budget at the host camp support of $5,000. Of that, $2,500 is AMB Grand Camp's allocation. So a total, subtotal of the joint AMB ANS convention expenses are anticipated to be $6,100. So for the total of our expenses plus the travel M&I, we're anticipating in person, again, we have not set a location yet, to be approximately $29,554. Now, this number is important to note. This number fluctuates the later that we know where the camp's going to be hosted, tickets being purchased, all of that. So the sooner we can have a decision on a local camp, which honestly we all would prefer, the sooner we can make reservations on hotel and travel. But historically, this has given us a number with the amount of time that we've had. But again, total AMB convention expenses are anticipated to be $29,554 for the upcoming year. The other expenses that are indirect costs that we're anticipating for AMB Grand Camp include scholarship administration. Our portion of $200 is $100. Excuse me. Implementing resolutions, bills, and actions. What the resolution committee did after we passed the resolutions was look at the resolutions and anticipate any costs associated with helping fulfill those resolutions, and we budgeted that to be approximately $1,300. Look, Grand President local camps visits, again, we're anticipating 3 local visits and roughly $1,000 a piece for $3,000 for our portion. Travel, meals and incidentals, non-convention, approximately $5,000. And again, the numbers used to build the M&I, the meals incidental, is running off the federal rates for per diem rates. And Alaska is almost all in one section. That portion. So the subtotal of other expenses, again, these are indirect expenses for AMB Grand Camp to run business, is estimated to be $9,400 for the upcoming year. The operating expenses, which have to happen whether we have convention or not, basically keep the lights on. There's AMB Grand Camp President Discretionary Fund has been maintained at $900 for the Grand President. QuickBooks online training, that includes licensing and training. Again, for example, we do not have a nominee for an officer position handling those books. So we budget for potential licensing, training, and those portions. That's estimated at $800. We did not, the next item is website, webmaster, web hosting, domain and domain management. That's a shared expense between AMB and ANS. We budgeted $1,600 of that. $800 is AMB's obligation. Virtual meeting platform technology, that's our Zoom that we all love. That's a shared expense with ANS Grand Camp. Of our obligations, $158. Virtual meeting platform, all right, office expenses, supplies.
Zoom is not sharing with yours. Yeah.
Okay, I stand corrected. We pay for our own Zoom. It's still budgeted at $158. That's a historical cost. Thank you, ANS Grand President. Office expenses and supplies, we've estimated to be $250 for that budget line item. Software and subscriptions, we've estimated based on historical cost, that's $650. Kuganas, caps, and memorabilia, we've budgeted $1,000 for this upcoming year. Tax and organization fee, licensing fee for Grand Camp, we've estimated at $500. Sorry. Dots, can you zoom in a little bit so I can track the line items better? Thank you. There you go, that was that. Okay, so license, tax, and filing fees is $300. That's historical cost, state of Alaska. Cloud storage, paying to scan, organize documents, we've budgeted $500. And programs, membership drives, and those portions, we've budgeted historically the same number at $2,000. Rental PO box storage space, we've budgeted $500 for a total of operating expenses. Again, these have nothing to do with convention at $8,358. for a total expense of 47,312, with our anticipated drawdown income this year of 21,400, 20,000 plus the $1,400 from division of dues. We're looking at a difference of $25,912. Are there any questions from the body, from the Brotherhood or Sisterhood? Chair recognizes Sister Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In order for us to discuss the budget, a motion needs to be made. So I will make a motion to accept the title is 2024-2025 A&B proposed budget.
Okay. Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Give me 1 second to confer with the grant presidents on one thing on presentation of the other budget as well. Hang on 1 second, please. Thank you.
Yes, you should.
Just check your student poll. The chair has a request of you. What we've decided to do, since we have to go over the virtual budget, would you be willing to withdraw your motion? Let me finish presenting the other one, and then we will go to you first for a motion to approve the agendas, and we can have discussion.
Withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. I appreciate your flexibility. We'll now move on to the virtual component. As a matter of thoroughness, I want to apologize in advance. I might reread all the line items, but I think it's important that you guys all have an understanding of it. Again, this is the virtual component as of right now, we do not have a host camp for an in-person. So this is what we've budgeted for a virtual convention for 2025. Read out everyone again.
Well, and let them know. Well, you can just go through and let them know where the biggest changes are, which would be in travel and cost of the shared cost of Grand Camp Convention. The rest is about the same. M&I travel and then the shared cost of convention.
Okay, the chair has, their input of ANS grant president, what we would like to do is to show the income is exactly the same, the process is exactly the same in terms of calculating the anticipated drawdown in income plus the division of dues. The major difference that we want to acknowledge the membership to look into is the travel and M&I, meals and incidentals, as well as the shared expense, convention expenses. So what I would like to do with if there's not objection, I'd like to focus on the expenses just for that difference. Are there any objections to the chair just reading the major differences between the two budgets? Okay, without objection, the chair will go ahead and continue on just to focus on the expenses, just to highlight the differences for ease of this portion. Within the conventional expense, again, this is for virtual. A&B travel, M&I's, meals and incidentals is anticipated to be $11,162. Again, this is based upon historical expenses. Grand officers, we're anticipating budgeting $960. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, just having trouble reading the line items. So can you zoom in just a little bit, please, just so I can see the salmon color bars and the thank you very much. Thank you. So again, the grand officers in that portion travel M&I is $11,162, which is A&B's portion of the travel expense. Convention expense, excuse me, grand officers is $960. Outgoing gifts, host camp is $500 for a total A&B grand camp convention expense anticipated for virtual to be $12,622. Under the joint A&B ANS convention expenses, just worry about what you see in the pink or salmon color column. The numbers to the left are our own internal calculations, so you know the total expense and how it's split. Guest speaker, both A and B and ANS split that expense. Our portion is gonna be $250. The hybrid virtual voting additional expenses, again, Docs has been our savior on this. Of that expense, A and B's proportion is $5,512.50. Clerical and rentals, A and B's portion is $250 of $500 anticipated budget. The total subtotal for the joint A and B ANS convention expenses is $6,012.50 for a total A and B convention expense of $18,634.50. And that concludes the major differences between the two budgets. So as you're looking at both budgets and evaluating and comments or feedback or ultimately approval, we just want to focus on the differences pertaining to the convention expenses and hosting. The chair rests and will entertain the motion. I'll go back to Sister Rhonda Butler. You have the floor. Sister Rhonda Butler, are you there? For discussion purposes, the chair would entertain a motion to accept the budgets, A&B Grand Camp budget. For what?
To approve the budget. I will.
Thank you for that question, Sister Brian. ANS Grand President Albee will explain the differences of the Kappa-Kugana line item.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Daphne Albee. Before we go into discussion, I'd just like to move to approve the budget for the 2024-2025 A&B proposed budget.
Elias Chase. And a second by second.
Now you can go into discussion.
Chair would like to recognize Sister Juliana Smith and ANS Camp 87. Floor is yours.
If we've already done the discussions, then I call for the question.
Actually, Sister Juliana, we have not. We just had a second motion, so we are open for discussion. If you'd like to call the question, if there is no other discussion, but we're at discussion right now. Chair would like to recognize Sister Brian.
Yeah, I had a question on the light item. Brand President Kugana's caps and memorabilia is different between the hybrid and the virtual by $500. Can you explain that?
One second, please, we're confirming. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just as a side note, that is because we're trying, well, not that, but we're trying to secure some moose hide for the new Kugana. Just for
It should have been, they should have been the same.
It should have been the same, yeah.
Thank you for that moment pause. With further information from A&B Grant President Gurko, we actually was an internal memo. We were trying to secure tan moose hide for Kuganas, and we should have had both line items there. Thank you, Sister Brian, for pointing that out. We will make that adjustment. And we'll go ahead and reread the cleared version of that. In fact, I might do for expediency as we know that we're pushed on time. We can just have, I'll have either ANS Grand President Albee will read that item corrected. Thank you again, Sister Brian, for pointing that out. We got a couple of hands up here. Hold on. Chair recognizes Sister Paulette Marino.
Hi, thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the work done on this budget. I have a comment and then just a question. So if you go up to the top of the line item where it says how much is in the endowment, in the past when Brother James Lano Sr. was handling the budget for us, he said that if we stayed a little bit above $1 million, then, and lived off the interest, which is the second line in 5% of $1 million, gave us a little bit more of an expenditure for Grand Camp. That's quite a bit lower at this time. So that's just one note, and that's a comment. And then I wanted to go on and look at the expenses, and I was wondering, do you have an estimated amount, Chairman, of what this year's convention expenses would be? Just kind of a general idea, because that's something in the future that we're going to either need to project in the bottom line here, or is a plan to go back into the endowment and draw down on the difference, if there is a difference between expenses and income this year. Thank you very much, respectfully.
Okay, I apologize about that. I'm trying to answer too fast before we get on. So, thank you, Sister Paulette, for that question. We did address it earlier, but however, for the benefit of the membership, I am filling in for the finance chair. However, I'm part of the finance committee. And we, at this time right now, we are still waiting final confirmation for what the endowment amount was. I was informed from the Grand President, ANS Grand President LB, that just the market conditions, the endowment did take a little bit of a hit. It didn't have the same earnings it had in the past. Again, this is something that we're going to keep in better communication with. However, we are following. In fact, if you look at it, the recommended drawdown is 5%. This is why we put that number for the members to see. We are actually budgeting less than what we are allocated to do, our recommended allocation to do. I don't want to get too much in the weeds and speak for the finance chair without him being here, but just as a member of the finance committee in concurrence with our grand presidents, this is what we're doing, and we will have an updated number. Again, there will be a audit report
By November 15th.
and so we should have that number by November 15th, and we will, if need be, if any major changes above that number or below that number, we'll let the membership know. But as of right now, our constitution requires us to present a budget for approval at convention. So we are meeting that constitutional obligation. Thank you. Chair recognizes Sister Stephanie Weddle. Sister Stephanie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a twofold question. And the first half is a question about the Cap and Cugina expenses. In the in-person hybrid budget, it lists Grand President Cugina's caps and memorabilia at 500, but Cugina's caps and memorabilia above that at 1,000. Why is it half the cost total for two Cuginas versus the Cuginas for the local camps? And the second half of that is, why are we spending $800 for a website and a webmaster that's not functional? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sister, for your questions. The first part of your question, two-part, we did actually answer that question, the difference between the Cap and Cugina budgets. It actually was an oversight on our part. We had shared earlier that we had budgeted for tan moose hide Cuginas to be made. We should have, and actually we have since that period of time have updated our budget there. It's just the one in display with dots is still showing the previous version. The chair would like to recognize A&B Grant President Gurko. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the question about the two separate line items can be answered by stating the one that is with regard to the Grand President Cugina is to make one which is made out of moose hide. So we have two available in variety of two different sizes. The other line item is so we could purchase the supplies. The anticipation was to make kits that we would have a local camp put together and then we could sell them at Grand Camp. We know many of our elders who have cared for these kits and cared for these beautiful items that we have that we wear, unfortunately aren't making them anymore. So the anticipation was that we could buy the supplies And then we would have a local camp who could put those kids together. That did not happen. I know on the ANS side, they did that, they modeled that and the camp came forward. So that money is there and that's the hope of the next president, whoever it may be through the executive committee, that we will find a local camp who can do that heavy work. They would receive a portion of that money, of course, the donation, but that would be this difference between the line items. One is that historically we have had caps and Fuganas available for local camps to purchase as they bring on more members, when we just haven't had that. And so those are the differences between those line items, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy, Grant President Gergel, for that clarification. And Sister, the second part of your question, the line item that includes the website and those domains, it's not fully detailed. First of all, we do recognize the need to have our website, our joint website updated. In fact, I did hear the ANS Grant President and their report talked about the process that we had selected 2 different vendors and it just didn't pan out for us, so that money's still there. However, if anybody's ever done any websites, that amount there is not accurate to that part. It's primarily for the email domains and portions. So we're going to be updating what we have to try to look to find ways to do a more modernized and accurate updated website. So we do appreciate your feedback on this functionality. We are aware of that. That was something that we had put a goal to do. It just didn't happen with the vendors that we selected. But that is a priority, I feel, executive committee, our future executive people have. That's going to be a priority for our organization to be modernized. Thank you. Any questions? I see. Are there any other members or delegates wish to raise a question, objection, or discussion items? The chair would accept a motion to accept the, sorry. The chair would accept a member delegates call for question.
Question.
Thank you, ANS Grant Secretary Elijah Chase for call the question. The question's been called. Sorry. Is it technical?
It's done. Pertaining to done.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if we're going to a vote now, how are we voting on just the first or both budgets? Pending
Budgets plural. Other plural. Okay. Just in the event that we decide, right? Okay, for clarification, Dots, can you prepare a ballot, please, and have it the 2025 hybrid and virtual budget with an indication of as amended, as the virtual budget has been amended. Delegates, you'll be voting on both of those budgets. If a local camp, we find one in a short period of time, then we will go obviously with the hybrid budget. If there's not, we will go with the virtual budget. If they'll make that decision, we have a time window of 10-month minimum window to understand that. If we do not have a local camp, we will inform the body that we will run with the virtual budget that you approved, just so we don't have to bring the entire body back to vote on. These budgets will be approved and we will go with the budget that's depending upon a local host camp. Thank you. Dots, please prepare that ballot. Thank you. Thank you guys for that.
Yeah, we're just waiting on exact wording through the back channel. Okay, motion to accept budgets as amended. We'll prepare that. Just give us a couple moments here.
AB 2024 through 2025.
Still, the mic's still on.
Okay, we have a ballot open now. Please navigate to your voting software. You're looking for the link that says vote now. Motion to accept A and B budgets 24-25 as amended. Okay, we've got most of the votes in. We'll maybe give it another 45 seconds. It's been a while since we've had a vote, so I just want to make sure everyone's logged in and had a chance to cast their vote. But if you need more time, please flag it with dots any way you can, either through the chat or raising your hand, excuse me, or you can email us as well. Okay, looks like support is clear, so we're going to go ahead and close that ballot, and please stand by for the result.
You look at that one later. Oh, there you go.
Okay, the motion passed. Chair now relinquishes chair over to A&B and ANS grant presidents. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say a huge thank you to the Finance Committee for preparing those two budgets, understanding that this has been what has happened periodically over the last few years, and being able to look forward and have that available was really a very good idea. So thank you for your hard work on the Finance Committee. We are now going Unmute, please. Brother Paul. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm not sure if you heard Brother Paul. We had some technical issues. Can somebody please confirm if they heard Brother Paul wrap up his section?
No.
No. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Brother Paul. Do you want to repeat?
Well, just notice to the body that the motion to pass the 2025 A&B grant camp budgets as amended was approved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We are now heading into our elections. I would like to ask for dots, plural, to go ahead and start preparing those ballots. But I do want to thank the Finance Committee. They worked hard in preparing those two budgets, knowing that we may have to anticipate the need to pivot, as is what we've been doing in this current time that we are in. Once again, thank you to the Finance Committee. We are now moving into elections. I will continue forward with the ANS Grand President, who will start the process. Thank you.
Thank you. We now start the voting for the position of the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp President.
Yeah, please.
At this time, our nominees are Brother Paul Johnson and Brother Sasha Sokolov. If Dots will please prepare the ballot and post online. Thank you. Oh, one moment, before we go to voting. Sister Beverly, you have your hand raised?
Yes, I saw, can you hear me?
Yes,
I
we
saw in
can.
the chat that Dennis Demerit spoke with James Lanos Jr. and asked him to stay in the position for A&B treasurer, and that he has agreed to.
Thank you. We will address that when it comes time for the, for that position. Right now, we are voting for the A&B grant presidents. Ballots are being prepared. Thank you. Please.
Okay, that ballot. Oh, sorry, just one more moment. Okay, the ballot for A&B Grand President is ready and open. Okay, we have most of the votes in. We'll give another 30 seconds to make sure anyone else who needs can vote. So please flag to Dots if you need a bit more time. Okay, the ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Congratulations.
The results are in, and the next A&B grant president for the 2024-2025 term will be Brother Sasha Sokolov. Congratulations, Brother Sasha.
Thank you. We are now opening the ballot for the position of ANS Grand President. Dot, can you please prepare the ballot? The candidates we have are Paulette Marino and Sandra Churchill. Thank you.
Okay, and that ballot is now open. Please navigate to your voting software and click next vote and look for the link that says vote now, election ANS Grand President. Okay, we'll give a 30-second warning on that. Please let Dots know if you're needing more time. Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. The ballots have been cast. We have a winner for the ANS Grand President, Sandra Churchill. Congratulations. At this time, we would like to give the opportunity to the elected Grand Presidents for a moment to address the body. First, we'll go to Brother Sasha, ANB Grand President-elect. Would you like to address the body?
Thank you, Madam Grand President. I appreciate your time and effort, and I want to express to you the heartfelt thanks of the delegates who have been assembled here for allowing you to do what you do so well. And with the greatest respect, I tip my hat to you. You're well-deserved, and you will always represent the spirit of the ANB no matter where you go. To the delegates that were involved in the election, it's not by mistake that we get to have the opportunity to go for the glorious work that was started by our forefathers. And I want to thank you for that wonderful opportunity. And we'll do this thing very successfully and very happily. Goodness cheese, goodness cheese, goodness cheese. Thank you.
Thank you so very much to our brother Sasha, our ANB Grand President-elect. If you were here, I would return the favor of what you did for me and have you chair the remainder of the meeting. At this time, though, we will continue, but I appreciate your mentorship. Good luck, Chish, through the years. We look forward to seeing what's going to happen in the next year. I'd like to provide space for the co-chair now to speak.
At this time, we'd like to give the Grand President-elect, Sister Sandy Churchill, time to speak. Congratulations, Sister Sandy Churchill.
Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you. I was overwhelmed when I saw that. So I just, like I said, I have my ducks in a row that I want to work on those resolutions and work on getting an A&B hall and get our youth involved. It's always been a motto of mine saying that our children are our future and our future leaders. And I've always done that with my classroom, so I'm going to continue doing that. And I just appreciate the support, and I look forward to serving you for this next year and becoming an executive. I'm hoping I'll only serve 1 year and that Heather will be able to step up. Good luck, cheese.
This is all I got so far.
You can't.
Sister Sandy Churchill, we thank you so much for all the years of service you've already provided, and we look forward for serving with you at the executive level. We know that you are going to do wonderful things at this level. We are excited to have just a new vision and continue to work forward together. I will be speaking with you soon. Congratulations, Madam Grand President-elect.
Thank you.
At this time, we are going to move to the first vice president position. And for the A and B, as notated before, we have allowed roll downs from the people who were previously nominated. And at this time, are there any nominations for A and B Grand First Vice President?
Madam Chair,
Sister Elias.
I would like to nominate Brother Paul, our A and B first vice president.
Brother Paul Johnson has been nominated for A and B First Vice President. Second call, are there any nominations for A and B First Vice President? For the roll down. Well, actually, that was it. There was only one other one. Nominations are now closed for A and B First Vice President. If Dots will please prepare the ballots. And as a reminder, we have Kevin Hall and Paul Johnson as nominees.
Okay, that ballot is now open. Please click next vote and look for the link that says election A and B first VP.
Dots,
Yes.
can you please void that ballot? It is the incorrect name.
Sorry, what is incorrect?
Jacob Wog declined, so we have Paul Johnson and Kevin Hall.
Paul Johnson and Kevin Hall. Okay, stand by.
Thank you.
Okay, we have the names corrected. Please go ahead and navigate to your software again and click the next vote and enter your vote for A and B first VP. If you did happen to cast a vote in the last round, please make sure to do this again. That last ballot is going to be negated, so please go ahead and cast your vote again. Okay, and most ballots are in now. We'll give a 30-second warning. Please flag to dots if you need more time. Okay, and that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the result.
Have to go against such.
Thank you. The results are in. Paul Johnson will serve as A&B first vice president. Congratulations, Brother Paul Johnson.
Oh, me. I apologize. I thought I was doing something else. I would like to go ahead and ask Dots to open up a ballot for ANS Grand First Vice President. We have two nominees, Sister Heather Howell Mills and Sister Virginia Oliver. Thank you.
Okay, that ballot is now open. Please navigate to the voting platform and click next vote and look for the link that says vote now, election ANS first VP.
Sister Juliana, are you having issues voting?
Which drop down. The drop down didn't always get a chance to be.
I thought you were going to do the drop down if a person was, I was going to nominate Paulette, but I don't know if it's only for the A and B.
You are correct. Thank you. You are correct, and my apologies. Dots, if we could please pause for a moment. Void that ballot, but stand by. Okay, Sister Juliana, my apologies to Executive Committee Woman Paulette Moreno for not allowing her that option, and thank you for the reminder. The chair does recognize Executive Committee Woman Paulette Moreno. Would you accept the nomination?
Hi, thank you. I would just like to support the new grant officers that are coming in, but this does give me a chance to congratulate Sandy Churchill, and I'm pretty comfortable in my executive seat along with the executives to mentor our new grant officers. But Gunakshish, and thank you so much.
Thank you, both of your sisters, for rising to the occasion. I do recognize that we have Sister Lynette Hines, or is this with regard to the current ballot? We are under vote. You are muted if you're trying to address the body, Sister Lynette. Please put a note in the chat if you have further questions, Sister Lynette. We will go ahead and reopen that ballot. I believe it would need to be a new ballot since I asked Dots to strike that ballot. Please open a new ballot, Dots, with, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's correct. We have voided the first ballot and removed it. So if you did vote on the last ballot, please remember you have to vote again. We have voided that last ballot. So please click next vote and re-vote on election ANS first VP.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, we'll give that another 30 seconds. Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. We do have a winner, ANS First Vice President, Heather Powell Mills. Thank you so very much. And as Grant President, would you like to provide opportunity at this time for the winners to provide a speech?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So for the A and B Grand First Vice President-elect, you have the floor for a couple minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again for the votes of confidence, and I appreciate those votes for the grant president. I am thoroughly excited to be able to learn from such a tremendous mentor, Brother Sasha Sobolov. There's a lot for me to learn. I am here to serve. I am not disappointed. I am encouraged by the support I get at any office, and I look forward to helping the convention, our camp, meet our future goals. Let's cheers.
Congratulations, Brother Paul. For the ANS Grand First Vice President, Heather Howell Mills.
Thank you for the continued support. I'm so thankful to be able to be attending this year's Grand Camp with all of my children. So my children are all currently here, and that's my hope and my wish is that we're creating additional leadership that'll come and join us at some point. So I thank you for allowing my family to be a part of such a wonderful organization.
Thank you, Sister Heather. We are so excited to have both Brother Paul Johnson and Sister Heather Mills joining us once again at the executive level, serving as first vice president. They have done wonderful work. We are so excited to have their continued leadership. Their vision for the future is just, it's so wonderful to see. It's so wonderful to be a part of. With more people like this, our organizations will be in good hands and just a wonderful future ahead of us. Going to choose to both Brother Paul and to Sister Heather. Next, we have the next position is for the second vice president. At this time, we have the option for nominees for second vice presidents from previous nominees for the previous office. I know I could have phrased that better. Are there any nominations for A and B Grand second vice president? There is only one person who is eligible, and that would be Kevin Hall. Second Hall, are there any nominees? Thank you, Sister Juliana.
I have a question. Am I allowed to nominate even though I'm with ANS, or do I have to keep to my kind?
No,
just to honor the drop down.
You are able to nominate.
Okay, can we drop down was it Kevin? What was it?
Would you like to nominate?
Yes, the person, and yes, please. Thank you, Ganesh.
Would you mind actually stating that so they don't think I'm putting words in your mouth?
You forced me. No. Can you repeat his name, please?
So the one person who is eligible to roll down and be nominated for the next position is Kevin Hall.
I nominate Kevin Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. So Kevin Hall has been nominated for A and B second grand vice president. At this time, nominations are closed. One moment, you are correct. Dr. Hall, is this a position that you would accept as a nomination?
Pardon?
This Dr. Kevin Hall?
Yes.
So you have been nominated for A and B second vice president as a roll down. Somebody nominated you. Juliana nominated you. Do you accept this nomination?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm honored.
Thank you, sir. All right, we will move forward. So we have two nominees for the position of A and B second vice president. It is Woodrow Watson and Dr. Kevin Hall. Thank you. Please prepare the ballot.
Okay, that ballot is now open. Please click next vote and look for the vote now election A and B second VP link. Okay, most of the votes are in. Please let Dots know if you need more time, but we'll give it another 30 seconds and close up. Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. The results are in. Brother Woody Watson is AMB second vice president. Congratulations, Brother Watson.
We now move on to the office of ANS second vice president. We'd like to give the option for the roll down. Are there any nominations for the one eligible person who is Virginia Oliver for ANS second vice president? I do see the hand raised of Sister Juliana.
Could you state the name of the person that is eligible for the drop down, please?
Yes, her name is Virginia Oliver.
I nominate Virginia Oliver.
Virginia Oliver has been nominated as the one candidate available to be added to the docket for the ANS second vice president. Sister Oliver, do you accept this nomination?
Sheesh. Juliana, I do accept. I have a elder here. Yes.
Thank you. Dots, could you please prepare a ballot with 2 nominees, Elias Chase and Virginia Oliver? Thank you.
Okay, that ballot is now open. Once again, click next vote, and you're looking for the link that says vote now, election ANS second VP. Okay, most ballots are cast. We'll leave it for another 30 seconds. Please let us know if you need more time. Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the result.
Thank you. We do have a winner. We have for ANS Second Vice President, Virginia Oliver. Thank you. At this time, we would like to provide space for Brother Woodrow Watson and Sister Virginia Oliver to provide a statement to the body. Do we have Brother Watson still on the call?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you at this time, and thank everybody for the vote of confidence. I look forward to working with this body again and hope everybody enjoys the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Sister Virginia, would you like to address the body?
Gunnels cheese the Katyahan. Hatea, Juantlania Hatuasak Gunnel cheese, ye votes. You threw me in there. I appreciate it. As Woodrow said, I look forward to working with you.
All right, we move on to the next position, which is the Grand Secretary. For the AMB Grand Secretary, nominations are open for Grand Secretary. We have one person who is eligible to be nominated, should they be interested. Are there any nominations for AMB Grand Secretary? Second call. Are there any nominations for AMB Grand Secretary? Nominations are now closed for AMB Grand Secretary. What?
Thank you. Madam Chair, would it be appropriate with guidance if I ask for the Secretary to cast a unanimous consent for the election of our A and B Grand Secretary? Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Paulette. Motion has been made to cast unanimous consent for A and B Grand Secretary, Tamsin Al-Alziud. Be seated. Congratulations, Brother Tam.
Thank you. The position of ANS Grand Secretary is, well, my brain has stopped. We're now opening the ballot or nominations for the one roll down option for ANS Grand Secretary. Is there anybody who will nominate for ANS Grand Secretary?
Madam Chair,
Chair recognizes Tamsin Al-Zayed, brother.
I would like to I would like to nominate Sister Elias Chase.
Thank you. Sister Elias Chase, do you accept this nomination?
Everybody.
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. If Dots could please prepare a ballot for ANS Grand Secretary, nominations are closed. And we will have two candidates, Jessica Lano Citron and Elias Chase. Thank you. Sister Lynette, I do see you had a hand raised. Oh, I'll see it down. Thank you. Okay, the ballot is live.
Hello, I'm sorry. I was trying to nominate Camp 87, Juliana Smith for ANS Grand Secretary.
Unfortunately, those nominations are closed. The only nominations that were eligible are the roll down option that was stated with no objection and confirmed by the parliamentarian. Thank you.
I had my hand. I had it up.
Thank you. The previous process is we did open nominations for new nominees 2 times. We stated clearly that the roll down option would only remain open for nominations for the person who did not receive the most votes in the previous office, as is our practice. The parliamentarian has confirmed that. So we will not be accepting any new nominations, only those who are eligible for the roll down. Thank you.
Okay, that ballot is now open. Please cast your ballot for ANS Secretary. We'll leave that open for a couple minutes. Okay, we'll leave that for another 30 seconds. Okay, and that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
What's gonna be the majority number for 39 though? That's 39.
So we rounded.
40.
So at this time, the majority has not been met. We must have 50% plus one. Since there are a total of 39 voting, 50% is 19.5, so we round up because we cannot have a 0.5 person. So we will have to run this, we will have a second ballot for the same position. The number must be 21 to win this position. dots, please rerun the ballot.
Okay, we have round 2 of that ballot up. Please click next vote and look for the link that says election ANS secretary round 2. Okay, we'll give it another 30 seconds. Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the result.
All right, the results are in for ANS Grant Secretary. It has met the threshold. Sister Jessica Lanos will serve as ANS Grant Secretary.
We'd like to provide space for our AMB and ANS grant secretaries to address the body if they so choose. AMB grant secretary elect and current AMB grant secretary Tamsin Alzayud, would you like to address the body?
Just name goodness cheese, Guyana, how.
We'd like to also ask our ANS Grand Treasurer elect, or excuse me, ANS Grand Secretary elect, Jessica Lana Citron, would you like to address the body?
Just to say thank you, and I'll do my best to do what I can.
Congratulations, Sister Lanos, and we welcome you to the executive board, and we look forward to working together. We now move to the Grand Treasurer position. At this time, we have no other delegates who are eligible for this position. As we previously stated, anyone who was who did not with the previous position would be eligible to roll down to the next position. However, there were no others at the Grand Secretary position. So at this time, The A and B grant treasurer will be appointed by the next A and B grant president as stated in the Constitution. We now move on to the ANS grant treasurer.
The ANS grant treasurer has one person eligible for the roll down. Are there any nominations for the ANS grant treasurer?
Madam Chair,
Please, go ahead, Brother Outside.
I will again nominate Elias Chase as for the AMS Grand Treasurer.
Thank you. For the ANS grant treasurer, Ella Chase, sister, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If Dots can please prepare a ballot for the ANS grant treasurer with 2 nominees, Cecilia Tagliero and Elias Chase. Thank you.
Okay, that ballot is now open. You're looking for the link that says vote now, election ANS treasurer. Okay, almost all the votes are in. We'll give it another 30 seconds. Please let Dots know if you need any more time. Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. At this time, hold on one moment. Per percentage, we do not have 50% plus 1.
It's 50% plus 1, right? So 40, they'd have to have 22.
It'd have to be 22 for the percentage. Please hold on one moment. We do have past president. We're gonna stand at ease. We have a call coming in. Can we please pause for a moment? Dots will be back with you in a moment. Sister Butler, I'll return to you in just a moment. Can I please mute?
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is that Sister Cecilia?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. Yes, this is
Thank
Cecilia.
you so very much,
And
Sister Cecilia. I know we were on a call with you and it ended, so you have the floor.
I would like to respectfully withdraw my name and have our hardworking young man, sister, Elias Chase, be the next grand treasurer. Thank you.
Sister Cecilia?
Yes,
Thank you, Sister Cecilia. We certainly appreciate the service that you've provided. And we know that you'll always be there with us at the executive level. Chief, and are you passing a unanimous,
yes,
vote to accept Elias Chase as ANS Grand Treasurer?
grand secretary, yes.
Grand Treasurer.
Well, isn't it the grand secretary that does that? Sorry.
This is the Grand Treasurer position.
Madam Yes, Chair, I what she understand.
was. Sorry, Madam Chair. Please identify yourself.
ANS Camp 2 Rhonda Butler. What Sister Executive Cecilia Tabulero was saying was that the chair requests the Grand Secretary to make that unanimous consent.
Thank you. Thank you. It's
No,
a little hard
Chief.
to hear in this large room too. I appreciate the clarification. Ballot has been cast for unanimous consent to seat ANS Sister Alliance Chase as ANS Grand Treasurer. So moved.
At this time, we are addressing, oh, I'm so sorry, this is not me, it is you. Thank you.
Sister Alliance Chase, would you like to have a moment to speak?
I would just like to say good night, Chief, and I look forward to serving our delegation along with our local camps and hopefully also intertwining that with working with our youth this year. Good night, Chief.
Madam Chair. This is Sister Cecilia. I would like to say something as well.
Absolutely.
Gwyneth Chief for the ability to serve this past year. I greatly appreciate the learning experience. Of course, there's much more to all of this, but I would like to thank everyone that supported me. Gwyneth Chief, it's your blessing.
Thank you, Sister Cecilia. And as Sister Elias has served in this position before and we have worked together. He has done an excellent job in this position, and we know that there will be no there will be no need to learn the process as he is well versed in it and has changed. All right, the next position that we will be voting for is the Grand Sergeant at Arms. For the A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms, we have one person who is nominated. There are no other eligible nominees at this time. Brother Tam?
Yes, Madam Chair, I ask for unanimous consent. For Brother Chad Titel as our,
Can't hear you.
for Brother Chad Titel as our A&B Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you. Unanimous consent has been requested for A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms as for the A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms position for Brother Chad Titel. So moved. Brother Chad, do you have access for audio? Or is it simply in the chat?
I'd like to congratulate Brother Chad Titel. Your service is meaningful to the AMB and the ANS. We're grateful that you've been reelected to care for us in the way that a sergeant does. I encourage you to continue your steadfast commitment to finding our AMB first Vice President, Paul Johnson, at Langdon Chief.
Best fundraiser we had.
Best fundraiser we have.
Best
Congratulations,
fundraiser.
Brother Chad.
Oh, this is me again. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's the end of the day, as we all are feeling it, I'm sure. At this time, we are going to open the ballot for the ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. Nominations are closed because there are no roll down options. We have 3 candidates: Sister Debbie Brinsfield, Sister Joey Kita, and Sister Brian Waddell. Dots, could you please prepare the ballot?
Okay, that ballot is now open. Please click next vote and click on the link for election ANS Sergeant at Arms. Okay, we have most of the ballots in. 30-second warning, please. Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the result.
Thank you so very much. At this time, we have Brian Waddell, Sister Brian Waddell with 16, Sister Joey Kita with 14, and Sister Debbie Brinsfield with 10. We do not have a majority plus 1 at this time. We will need to run another ballot. Dots?
It'll just be a couple moments preparing.
Actually, our process, I'm so sorry, I apologize. Our process historically has been, we drop the lowest vote getter, which is Sister Debbie Brinsfield. At this time, Dots, will you please prepare a ballot with 2 nominees, we would have Sister Brian Waddell, thank you, and Sister Joey Kita, thank you. Mhm.
Okay, and the ballot for round 2 of the ANS Sergeant at Arms is now open.
It is now unmuted.
Okay, 30-second warning. Okay, and that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the result.
Thank you. We do have the results displayed. We have Sister Joey Kita with 59% with 23 of the votes. And Sister Brian Waddell with 16 votes, 41%. We have a winner, Sister Joey Kita. Congratulations. Sister, we only needed 20. And the Grand President, would you like to take over for a moment? Thank you.
Thank you. Is Sister Joey Kita available? And I know she may be at work at this time. So on behalf of Sister Joey Kita, we thank you. And we look forward to her visiting, or her joining the Executive Council. And we know that she will do excellent work. And to Sister Brian Widow, thank you so much for putting yourself out there and for accepting the nomination. And we look forward to your continued work for Sitka Camp and joining us with Grand Camp. Good cheese.
Congratulations. At this time, we remain having, did we close the host camp nominations? Or are they still open? Nominations for host camp remain open at this time. Are there any local camps who would like to be nominated for host camp? Just a little understanding of the process here. If we do not receive a nomination for host camp and acceptance per our previous process and the resolution, referring to the resolution that this body did pass, the executive committee would first receive the commitment and obligation of advertising and asking local camps if they are able to step in. Per the resolution that was passed, we have until January, 10 months before convention, where we could still have the consideration of an in-person versus a virtual. At the time, the executive committees would need to make the determination. If there is no host camp available, we would then go virtual. Are there any nominations for host camp? Second call. We have the third and final call, nominations for host camp of the 2025 Grand Camp Convention.
Hello,
Yes, please
this is
identify yourself with your camp.
this is Wrangell, ANS Camp 1.
Thank you to ANS Camp 1. Are you
And
rising to?
yes, Wrangell would like to host the next Grand Camp.
Wonderful.
I'm hoping it'll be in, I'm hoping it'll be a lot of people in person. I like the connectiveness.
Yes, thank you so very much, Wrangell, for stepping forward in the spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood. I recall our last Grand Camp Convention in Wrangell. It was fun. It was a good time. You're amazing hosts.
Thank
At
you.
this time, we do have a nomination. Do we normally have to vote on that? I need a, yes.
Yes.
Tamsin Alzio, Amy Grant Secretary. I gladly second that nomination.
Thank you. It has been motioned and nominated. I'm really honestly, I have lost my words, everybody. I apologize. We have a host camp. I see Sister Paulette, our ANS Executive Committee woman. You have the floor.
Thank you. So exciting. This is so exciting. It's going to be a really, really good year. Madam Chair, I know that in the chat throughout the day that Ketchikan mentioned that they wanted to host in 26, but I know that won't come up till next year. But I just wanted to see if they just wanted to do a friendly mention of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Nominations are currently still open for 2025. We will ask one more time. Are there any further nominations for 2025 Grand Camp Convention? Those nominations are now closed. I recognize Sister Eliza Chase.
Madam Chair, if I may, is it possible the motion makers would potentially be willing to take the friendly amendment by unanimous consent?
Thank you. Can the motion makers please agree or disagree with the friendly amendment?
Who made a motion?
It was Sandy Churchill. Sister Sandy, are you willing to accept it as unanimous consent?
Yes.
Thank you. Brother Tamsin, as a seconder?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. With unanimous consent, motion carries. Congratulations, Wrangell. Congratulations. Thank you. I must really be losing my words because our screen has now popped up with confirm you're speaking language. I am not speaking English clearly today. I apologize. Congratulations. We are incredibly excited to come to Wrangell next year. Thank you. Good luck, Tish. At this time, we have 2 orders of business remaining. Congratulations. We have done an amazing job as a body. Thank you. Actually, you have done an amazing job as a body. Thank you. We have Grand Camp installation of officers. And we also have the Grand Officer reports of the AMB Grand President and the ANS Grand President. At this time, I have submitted my AMB Grand President report to the Grand Secretary. And I know, I'm not sure what the wish of the body is at this time. We had said we would complete all of the required business before considering reports. ANS Grand President, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I believe we should continue on with the installation of officers.
I agree.
Thank you.
This is
We will move. Oh, thank you. Who is this? Sister Millie, thank you so very much for your guidance, and we will continue forward, and I apologize. ANS Grand President Emeritus, right, see, words are gone. I apologize. Millie Schoonover, you have the floor. Thank you.
What up, nigga?
Thank you. I see our ANS Grand President Emeritus has their hand raised. If they'd like to address the body, please unmute. Otherwise, we will go to a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, this is Millie Schoonover, ANS Grand President Emeritus. I agree that we need to go ahead and install. I'd like to be a part of this. I'm going to have to be leaving here very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move forward with a 2-minute recess so we can prepare for the installation of officers. Thank you, Dots, see, where's your gone, everybody? I don't know what to do. 2-minute recess, please, thank you. The timer has expired, so I'd like to call you all back to the main hall. We are awaiting the ANS Grand President and our AMB Grand Secretary to return to our room. Our ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover will then go ahead and perform the installation ceremony. We're incredibly grateful. After the ceremony, we will have an opportunity for the AMB and the ANS Grand Presidents current AMB and ANS Grand Presidents to address the body. And then at that time, we will accept a motion to adjourn the 2024 Grand Camp Convention. So we will be back with you in just one moment. Thank you. You know, taking something. And I cannot recall that in myself. Hallelujah. Oh, wait, I don't think I have this.
Oh, yeah.
I was tired.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm watching their convention going. No, actually, honestly.
We're gonna have our own grand ball.
Busier than me.
How many
The officers, I will need to, yep, I need our officer. Can we please highlight? Melly?
No, I want Brotherhood on one side. and
Thank you.
Sisterhood on the other.
We will ask our ENS Grant President Emeritus Millie Schoonover to have your camera on. We're ready when you are, Grant President Emeritus.
Can we please highlight all the,
Okay, the second half of the changes.
all the elect?
Can we highlight, is that one?
Yes. Can we please highlight Sister Sandy Churchill, Brother Woody Watson? I lost my list.
And, Sasha Sobolov.
Brother
Yes.
Sasha Sobolov, Brother Chad Titel,
There you go.
Sister Virginia Oliver,
See if they can.
Sister Heather Powell Mills, Sister Jessica Lanos Citron. And the rest are here in person or.
We are still unmuted, supposedly.
Oh, God.
Where, are you able to hear us? Oh, it looks frozen. Can you hear us, Sister Virginia?
We can hear you,
Oh,
Madam
wonderful.
Grand
Okay. Thank you so very much. Docs, were you able to hear our request? Is that possible with the technology to highlight those people? Spotlight?
Sorry, can you just go through the list again? That was a little bit fast for us.
Yes. Sasha Sobolov,
Okay.
Sandy Churchill. I'm not sure if Heather.
Sorry, just
Powell-
one moment.
Yeah, if Heather-
Okay.
If Heather Mills is here, please spotlight her.
Doesn't look like she's here.
Brother Woodrow Watson. Woody, I believe, oh, there he is, Woodrow Watson is how he's listed. Thank you. Sister Virginia Oliver. Sister Jessica Lano Citron. Thank you. Do we have Brother Chad Titel available to be highlighted or Sister Joey Kita? I'm not sure if they had to step away. Wonderful, thank you. If there's any other Grand Officer elect who is not highlighted or spotlighted, please let us know.
Hello, this is
Do we
Sister
have
Cher.
any?
This is Sister Cher, and Joey Kita is trying to hop on, but she is not able to get in. I'm trying to send her the link again.
This time I see ANS Executive Committee Woman Paulette Marino.
Yes, hi, Madam Grand President. I'm looking for Elias, our Grand Officer. I can't see him in the. Oh, there he is. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And we need Millie Schoonover.
Yeah, can you please spotlight Sister Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover? Thank you. Sister Millie, thank you so very much. You have the floor.
Thank you, Grand President Gerko. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of the outgoing officers for such a grand year. You know, we see your hard work, we feel your hard work. And it's just such an exciting year. The only thing that I feel bad about is that we're not in person. I don't get to hug each of you, the outgoing and the incoming officers, but we are so proud of each and every one of you. So at this time, if you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly promise and swear that you will support the Constitution and laws of the United States, and that you will support and abide by the Constitution and bylaws of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood, that you will set an example for the members of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, walking before them in all humility, love, and subordinating yourself to the wishes and the welfare of this organization. Say, I do.
I do.
I do.
Again, congratulations.
Can we also ask you to do the charge?
Oh, yes. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I can't even hardly think. I had prepared myself. Well, the oath is pretty easy because all I have to do is read it. But the charge is also very exciting. Some of you have been grand officers before, so you're pretty familiar with how we operate. For the new officers, each and every one of us on the ANB, ANS executive, and our outgoing officers, we are here to support you, to help you along. You know, there's no such thing as a dumb question. Please feel free to ask any of us if you have any concerns about your new job, your new role. We are willing to share all that information with you. So God be with you through this coming year. I'm so excited for each and every one of you. So stay strong and continue to show your dedication to our beautiful, beautiful organization.
Thank you, Sister Millie Schoonover, Grand President Emeritus. At this time, the installation of the 2024-2025 term Grand Officers is complete and adjourned. Thank you. Congratulations to our new officers, our Grand Officers of the ANB and the ANS. Congratulations. We are so excited for you. Now I know how the other past Grand Presidents have felt. I feel myself in that position and I am so excited for you. I am so happy for you. I look forward to your leadership and learning from you. Goodness Cheese for stepping up and being prepared and moving forward. Goodness Cheese. Sure.
Normally, just as a point of interest, normally when our ANB and ANS Grand Presidents are stepping down and stepping into the role of ANS and ANB executives, we, the current ANB and ANS executives, will walk them around. And I feel really bad that none of us are there to not only hug you, but to take that beautiful walk.
We'll walk. We'll walk.
All right.
Gonna see. Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
We got it. Yeah. Okay.
Gonna cheese.
Woohoo!
I'm gonna turn this second. Thank you, gonna cheese. I'd like to share a few words as well. In 2019, when you first elected me as Grand President and the first woman Grand President, I was so incredibly grateful for the opportunity to serve. I'm incredibly grateful to my amazing husband, Sean Gurko, my 3 beautiful children who have supported me nonstop over these past few years. Our world changed dramatically in 2019, as did our organization, due to the fact that we experienced a global pandemic together. Each one of you who is here now is evidence of our survivance as Indigenous people. This organization is 112 years old. Not many organizations can say that, especially when we're continued to be faced with genocidal practices and continuation of efforts to make us invisible. But we stand tall and we stand proud together. And we continue to fight for the rights of our people and of all people. And I'm so grateful to be a part of this organization for almost the last 15 years. I'm grateful to have served you in leadership. Golly, I think I was first elected in 2017 as a grant officer. My life has changed immensely because of each of you. I may not have known each one of you at that point, but your spirit and your heart have really brought me forward to this place of now becoming, once again, a grand president, or excuse me, a grand executive to serve you and to serve our grant officers in that role. I'm committed to continuing the strategic planning process, which I'm so grateful to have had thought partners along the way. It's something I've been pushing, and I will continue to push because we have to know where we're going. Continue to be lifted up by our past, but know where we're going. So this is not goodbye in any way. I actually am very much celebrating this because it is time to make space for new leadership. We can't always have the same people being the puller in our canoe. We need those voices, we need the excitement, we need the energy, we need the mentorship, and we have that within our body. I encourage you to continue to accept nominations and to grow within our organization, continue to grow your communities, and continue to grow yourself and your families. Lenga, Chish, for the service that you have provided me an opportunity to give to each one of you, and that I will continue to give going forward until my last breath. Lenga, Chish. I would like to recognize that our A and B Executive Committee member, Joe Williams, has entered the room as well. Welcome. I'd like to recognize Sister Paulette Marino, our ANS Executive Committee woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gunash. Madam Executive, do we have a gift for you as executives at this time that somebody in the room could present to you for your hard work? Thank you.
We have purchased them, but I'm giving them. I have given the ANS Grant President, well, now executive, a fidget. I don't know. No, we have not done that. We have purchased gifts for our outgoing officers, but we did not purchase anything for each other. We will. We will, thank you. At this time, we do have the Grant President reports, as we shared earlier. We do have those available to our secretaries. What is the wish of the body at this time? You did, right? I thought you did. I'm sorry. ANS Grant President, would you like to say more words? I apologize. I thought you did do that right before me, but please go ahead.
Thank you, President Gerker. I was just so excited earlier that I just jumped in and said something anyway. So I have been so honored to serve in the position of ANS Grant President for 3 years. I have learned so much during this time. I have not only learned how it is at the executive level, but I have learned more on the local camp levels, not just for my personal camp, but for other camps and the wonderful work that you do. We have all learned from our executives, and we appreciate their guidance so much. Not only do we take that what we learn from our time at ANS and A&B Grand Camp, but we take that and we use it throughout our other organizations and other work that we do. So many lessons that we've learned at this time. Other people are able to benefit from that, and I hope that they in turn learn from those lessons as well. I am so thankful to have shared this time with President Virgo. We during these last few years, we have created not only a strong friendship, but just mutual respect. Mutual respect for each other, for the positions of A&B and ANS. We honor and respect both the Alaska Native Brotherhood, the Alaska Native Sisterhood. We consider both equality and equal, and we look forward to continuing in that aspect moving forward. We know that inclusivity, as our statement that is currently in the bylaws, we know that is important. And this is important work that we are continuing to do. Our people now need this. We have a vision for the future. The strategic plan that Brother Paul Johnson and President Gerko have worked on so diligently is wonderful. It was so exciting to see that all of our delegates were so engaged in helping and moving forward and starting that new vision for our future and taking that first step in the right direction. And we really look forward to that. We know that it was time to change, and as every generation has had to do. So we are thankful for everybody's work. We are thankful to our officers. We have worked with several officers during this time, and everyone is a treasure. Thank you so much for all your time. Thank you so much for all the guidance, not only at the executive level, but with each other from our officers, with the words that we hear from our local camps. We do hear you. We do our best to implement as much as we can. And we will certainly be there. I will certainly be there. I can only speak for myself right now, but I know President Gerko will do the same. We will certainly be there as executives to continue this work. And this will give us an opportunity to focus on certain projects, which we are excited to do. So we have loved the time that we have spent as Grand Presidents, and I am ready to serve as an executive. I've learned a lot, but I know that it is time for another person to take this position with a fresh new outlook and a fresh direction and continue on in our work. So Kunis Chish, thank you so much for allowing me this time to serve as Grand President. It has meant the world to me. And as I would also like to recognize that my grandparents, Joe Williams Sr. and my grandmother, Elizabeth Williams, both served as Grand Presidents. My mother, Johanna Kabwag, served as ANS Second Vice President. My Uncle Joe Williams Jr. has served as A&B Grand President. My brother Jay Kabwag has served as A&B Second Vice President. So this is a family that loves this organization, and we continue to move forward. So goodness, Chief, for your time. I am honored, and I will continue to work on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see a question in the chat. Well, I do want to also say, serving alongside Grand President Albee has been an honor. I also served alongside Executive Committee Woman Paulette Marino. I've had amazing mentors such as our now President-elect Sasha Sokolov. I'm so incredibly grateful for all of the guidance. These are incredible people who can offer so much mentorship to each and every one of you. And I encourage you to build relationships with them as Grand Officers, but also at the local camp level. They definitely are people who you can go to and can be lifted up. I also am so incredibly thrilled that we have our Executive Committee Man, Joe Williams, who again is one of those mentors that you want to have a connection with and you want to grow alongside their leadership, and so many others. It just really, truly is an honor. I do recognize their comment though, with regard to orders of the day. We have the installation, which we have completed, and the transfer of the convention paddle. Unfortunately, that paddle is in Juneau with ANS Camp 2. We will enlist our A&B and ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms to ensure that that paddle does make its way to Wrangell for the 2025 Grand Camp Convention. We've stated that we have our reports that we will give to the Grand Secretary. Other than that, we have awaiting a motion to adjourn the 2024 Grand Camp Convention.
I so move.
Can you
This is
please identify your name? Thank you. Go ahead.
Sandy Churchill, Wrangell, Camp 1.
Thank you. It has been moved by Sandy Churchill and as Grand President-elect that we adjourn the 2024 Grand Camp Convention. I see a hand by Sister Paulette Marino, Executive Committee Woman. I see a hand by our Grand President-elect Sasha Silva. If you have the floor, sir, there is a motion to adjourn.
Yes, Madam Grand President, I wish to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been seconded. Do we want further discussion? Anybody? Question has been called. All of those in favor of adjourning the 2024 Grand Camp Convention, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, aye,
I know I don't normally vote on this one, but I am so incredibly grateful. Any no's? Motion carries. Grand President Alvey, would you like to finally close our convention and declare we are adjourned?
I am happy to. Thank you for the wonderful work. And congratulations to everyone. The 2024 AB ENS Grand Camp Convention is now adjourned.
Thank you so very much, everybody. Have a wonderful evening. Celebrate in your own way since we don't have a grand ball this year, but I'm sure in Wrangell we will have a grand ball hosted by the Kagwantan. Come on, Chish.
Yes, and when we have our ball, Paul Young owes me a dance. It's tradition.
Congratulations, everyone, and thank you to all the incoming and outgoing officers. And thank you, Docs.
Congratulations, Grand Presidents-elect. Just love you so much and so excited for you for this coming new year. And welcome back, Sasha, to that seat. And Sandy, we got you as Grand President. I'm so excited. Love you. Bye.